one and all to Tales of Vardin on To Be Diced. We are very excited that you are here to watch us goofballs play some D&D. Start with I am your GM, Chris Kinney, and you can follow me at Clay_Beard. Let's go ahead and see who we've got playing tonight. Just start right over here with Michael.
Hello, I'm Michael St. Gregory, and yes, this is the shirt I'm wearing forever. And I am playing Solomon, the Hobgoblin Wizard of War Magic.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Tarzan.
Nerd.
I am playing William the Fighter. He is a pirate, and he pokes things and shoots things. Da.
Hi, I'm Pixie. You can find me at Itsy Bitsy Pixie on both TikTok and Instagram. I'm playing Ragna, our barbarian paladin, and the word on the street is I'm supposed to be filming new content soon, so.
Hello, my name is Taylor. I play Glendale Fialova. She is a half-orc barbarian who loves flowers. You can find me on TikTok and other social media at Nerdy Pit Up Girl.
Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as diavel.cause. Check out my Instagram because I've recently got a bunch of new photos from some recent cons this past weekend. So that's going to be my new content. I need to film some more stuff for TikTok, but we don't talk about that. I'll be playing Xenia, who is our half-orc ranger, who is known for having some primal monstrosities up his sleeve rather than our usual beasts. So he's very fun to play. Yeah. Lovingly, yeah.
And I think that's everybody. Let's get into it.
We're not DMing this session.
I'm just kidding. I'm Matt, also known as War Night out there on the interwebs. I tonight will be playing Godi Mimir's son, Goliath Runecarver Wizard, who is definitely having a good time.
Definitely having a good time.
I don't believe you whatsoever.
Insight check.
There's a -1 on charisma. You will find out he's lying.
I would like to roll to read social cues.
As well as Tales of Vardin, we also have some other streams this week. We've got Sunday with Frontiers of Eberron. And this week
is a doozy on Sunday.
Oh, man.
I am so excited.
We also have Wednesday, Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. So
no one will die.
No one will die.
Just gonna throw that out there. Right, Matt?
Right?
I guess you'll have to tune in and find out.
Yeah.
As far as our party of adventurers, we left them in a little bit of a situation, and how that's going to pan out remains to be seen, or rather, remains to be diced. So, last time we started at the hovel of an old eccentric woman that's been living on this island for about 60 years or so. William went back to the ship. I apologize. Solomon, Ragna, Godi, and Xenia, along with Nagendra, also headed out to the northern part of the island. Into the mountainous area known as the Treacherous Steppes. As they climbed, they found no mouthers, as the rest of the island indicates, but instead shallow graves and old hung pirates, seemingly. Through a series of hidden entrances and puzzles, they found themselves putting together a 12-sided box that, when Solomon cleverly cast counterspell on it, unlocked a moving platform that descended into a 100-foot cavern. Upon reaching the bottom, Nagendra, excited, seeing chests of treasure across the cavern on a ship, decided to run as fast as they could towards it, finding themselves not moving quite at the speed that they should. The ground around them began to transform into a very familiar sight. Godi began to walk over to one of the columns that also began to move and shape and reveal mouths. And across the cavern, about 200 feet on the far wall, the wall itself begins to move into a gargantuan mouth as well. And as they begin to move, look around, the ceiling also begins to transform itself as well into eyes and mouths of a very familiar mouther sight. I would like everyone to roll some initiative. Go ahead and put it in that chat.
Would that be everybody, Chris?
Yes, everyone, please
Okay.
go ahead and do that. That way we're good to go. We do not have a battle map tonight. We will be using Theater of the Mind. Let's see. We'll get...
What have you wrought upon us, Godi?
I did not do this. I failed my own save.
What's your
I am
dex, William?
punishing nobody but me. I'm sorry, I was making jokes. Who's Dex?
Williams, that's all right. 19. Okay.
19 decks? Jesus.
Okay.
You nimble minx.
He's Dexy and he knows it.
Good
Smash.
lord. We're
Dexy
making a
fighter,
t-shirt.
baby.
It has to happen.
19. Shoot. I can't read.
Oh, don't.
My dyslexia is kicking in. Awesome. Great time for that.
Quick as fuck, boy.
Gotta love the spicy reading.
Ragna is 13. Xenia is 10. And Godi. Gotta do something about that initiative there, Godi.
That's very appropriate because I got hit with what I am assuming, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming is something akin to the confusion spell. So yes, everybody's going to be doing things while Godi is just... Once again, I have a high intelligence character that gets the big dumb.
Okay. So, as you are all standing there, and the room begins to move and shift, the water level in here, there's a cavern and different pools of seawater inside of it, and the water level seems to go down as the floor of the cavern begins to move and writhe and appear into mouths and eyes. Nagendra, will pull out a vial and yell, "For Godi!" and throws it to Ragna. And Ragna, make a dex check for me to see if you catch this or if it lands
Yes, sir.
further away. And Gendra will disappear into one of the mouths right after.
That is an 11, sir.
11. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Not an issue. You catch it and kind of... Got it. Okay, cool. We're starting with Solomon. You're first.
Okay. So just looking before me, which one is the most immediate threat?
The most immediate threat are probably the columns that are close to you, about 20 feet or so. There are 3 of them in the room that are the larger ones. The rest are either stalagmites or stalactites that are just pretty much stationary.
Okay. Let me ask you something, and see if you might be able to help me out with this. If I were to roll well on just a straight-up intelligence check, would you be able to assist in the proper solution that I may be able to devise
Yeah, I can work with you on that.
in my immediate danger? Okay, cool. Let's try that.
What you planning there, Solomon?
That is a 18.
18. That's a pretty good one. So what are you wanting to do?
I want to basically go against my instinct of immediately blowing things up
Okay.
and try to find a perhaps more safer resolution where nothing is going to end up crumbling upon either myself or another party member.
Crumbling as far as the room itself, or
Like, if I were to destroy said piece of rock,
Okay.
should it... I'm trying to stop any kind of collateral damage before I
these
even intend to
columns
make it.
do not seem structural.
Okay.
Yes.
Then that's
I'll-
what I was looking to think.
Okay. I hope that helps.
Knowing that, I will simply fire a slingshot at it. With my sling. As I pull out a ball bearing and just go, it's an oldie but a goodie. And it's just like on the wrist, so it's just like a... So, let's see.
Let it rip.
14.
14. That bounces off.
Ah, they are not as permeable as I thought. Well, bonus action mage armor.
Very good.
Just
Are you
in
moving-
case.
Are you moving anywhere away or towards?
I'm gonna move back. I want to be in a firing range where I'd be able to destroy from afar, but without hurting others.
Perfect. So you move back a little bit towards the pedestal that was there, and you see that the dodecahedron is there, not spinning, and no cage on top of it. It's just open and there, just sitting on top of the pedestal.
Okay, good to know.
All right. We go to Xenia in the order. Xenia, you still have probably about 5 to 10 minutes left on your potion that you took last time.
Mm-hmm.
You took it far after everyone else, so you still have some of that left.
Okay.
So your
Good
wisdom
to
save
know.
would be
So just reiterating, is the wall sort of closing in around us, or is the threats mainly the pillars that Solomon noticed?
the
and
cavern itself is looks like it's moving and writhing, and you're hearing a cacophony of voices and things going on as this whole cavern is moving. These are creatures coming out of camouflage.
Okay.
Mhm.
Xenia is going to use his primal bond to summon Doza, his Gipian. Now that there is space to fit a large monstrosity,
Mhm.
he will summon Doza and then he will climb aboard Doza's back and they will fly to get a better angle of what's going on the floor below us.
Okay. So make a perception check for me.
18.
18. Perfect.
That's an 8 for
see-
18.
That's amazing. You see the 3 main columns there. You also see kind of bubbling, one to your right and one on the far end to your left. Kind of these bubbling, volcanic-looking masses that are becoming bigger and larger towards the top.
Do they seem sentient or do they seem like lava bubbles?
They are the same material as the fleshy color of the rest of this cavern that is beginning to move.
Okay, in that case... Xenia is going to draw his longbow and fire a shot at the closest lava creature that would intrude on the party.
Okay.
Whatever's in closest proximity to the party, he will aim at
That'd
that.
be the one behind you to the right. Perfect.
Perfect. For a nat 20,
Hey, very nice.
that would be 25 to hit for 11 points of... Oh wait, are we doing crunchy crits?
Crunchy crits.
So remind me how that goes?
So you roll and then add what would be the max of that dice. So if
Okay.
it was a d8, you'd roll a d8 and add 8 and then your modifier as well.
That'll be 12 plus 2. 15? No, 14. 14 points of piercing damage.
Piercing damage. All right. With that perception check that you gave me earlier, you notice as you fire, this arrow sinks just all the way gone. And what comes out is a pressurized spray of this green, nasty, viscous fluid.
Smash.
Unpleasant.
As it hits what's left in the water, you kind of see it smoke and bubble a little bit. All right. I apologize. I have it written on here wrong. That was Ragna's turn, but we will go back to that. So we'll do Ragna. Okay, I apologize. I messed it up. So,
No worries. No worries.
Ragna, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She said
No, I don't think I caught it either. I believed you.
All right. So, retroactively, Ragna's turn.
So having caught the vial, remind me where Godi is in relation to me. Am I within like just arm reach of Godi?
Godi has moved his entire 30 feet, which he goes 10 feet, and then the last 20 feet are at half movement because he's making his way through this mouther as well. So he's only moved 20 feet from you.
20 feet from me.
We're all on the platform, and he started to wander off towards this thing.
Right. Okay. I want to get him his thing. So Ragna is going to dash for Godi first and foremost.
Okay.
With her arm outstretched, and she's just gonna keep calling out to him. Godi, you need to take this. We remember, huh? Take it. Look at me. And trying to catch his attention.
You can make it to him with your movement, and what we're running potions as is a bonus action. So if you wanted to use your bonus action to give it to him,
Yep, absolutely.
then you can do that. All right, you reach around and
this is
pop
my priority.
and lean his head back, just like, come on, take it, and then shut his mouth like
priority.
pill to a dog or something. Just get it down. Come on, swallow it.
Yep, exactly what she would do.
Cool.
I love it.
That's what she
So that's your bonus action and your
Yep.
movement. Do you want to do anything else?
No,
Use your action.
no. Come on.
What do we got near us?
So he was walking towards one of the columns that now
Right.
has multiple eyes and mouths on it.
Okay, just
As
making
you
sure.
see his eyes kind of like clear from this glazed over look,
Okay.
it's just sitting there just.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a whack with my hammer.
Okay.
Because why not? We need to
Why
deal with
not?
it at some point. Attack 1, 21 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. And I'm just gonna do bludgeoning damage right now because Cody's right there. 13 damage on the first one.
Okay.
And then my second swing, 26.
26 to hit. Yeah.
Yeah. And then another 13 damage.
Awesome.
So she's just gonna take her hammer, both hands, and she's gonna swing, bang, and then just immediately haul over to the other side and hit from the
You
opposite side.
you hit this thing, and as you're hitting it, you see, just teeth and eyes just popping and breaking, and immediately the bruising is showing up. You're doing considerable damage to this thing as you're just smacking it. And as you're hitting it, you notice that the rest of the cavern and the other columns is wincing and kind of contracting on each hit that you're doing.
Ragna, after her second hit, will be taking that in and looking around, and she'll go, "This may be the biggest one I have ever fought yet. This is a glorious day indeed." And she'll just have this giant smile on her face.
Smash.
All right. It is the monster's turn. So you see one of the columns detach from the floor and get pulled up about halfway up into the cavern, and you see arms come out and legs form and horns come over the top and a mouth closing in as pectorals of this hanging form as it reaches into the mouth and pulls a 3-foot talon of a tooth out. Finally, time to eat. Feast, my children. And you see the two volcanous forms on the end produce two mouthers. Ragna, you've seen mouthers before. They crawl, they ooze, they just kind of flip over themselves. They can climb trees, they can swim, but you have never seen one float or fly. Now you have.
Nope.
So as two come up and start making their way, they're faster than the mouthers you've done before. As their rotating teeth and eyes are scanning the room for their next meal.
Ragna will simply add, "Well, that is new. Maybe less glorious of a day. Maybe new skills. Who knows? We'll see."
Oh, man.
I don't like
All
that.
right.
Your self-motivating skills are impeccable.
Impeccable. So. Yeah. All right. So this creature is going to swing at an incredible speed up towards the group and try to hit Ragna, as it is the most has done the most damage to it, and it doesn't like being hit or smashed. So that is a 10 to hit Ragna. I'm assuming you're, yep, cool. All right, that is an 18. 13 plus 5.
18 to hit.
Mhm.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. That
No, you're
second
good.
one hits.
Okay. Okay, you take 13 points of piercing damage from this tooth, and you see it has this green viscous mucus on it as well, and you'll take 4 points of corrosive damage as well.
Yummy.
All right. And then it will move back and up and rotate and move to assess which one is the next victim. You can take an opportunity attack if you would like to, as he has left your melee range. Yes, right.
Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. She will. We're gonna give her the old 1-2 again. Ragna will to hit 28 on the first one. So after taking that initial blow, she'll just sort of be like, "Absolutely not, and not today. This is not your day." 18.
18 damage. Beautiful.
That's crit. I'm surprised.
I'm digging this music. I'm loving this.
Do I get
Very
my?
hypey vibes.
Do I still get to do 2 attacks on my opportunity attack?
I think opportunity attack is just 1, correct?
Okay, just checking.
Yes.
Uno attacco.
But that was a
Not
good attack.
Spanish.
18 points of damage is nothing to scoff at all. As he's like thought he, and like backs up and rises up back into the air to look around and see what else is here for a meal. You take a swipe and you see the whatever cartilage is making the leg just, and as it just screams out in pain as it backs up.
My God.
Did anyone know he could do that? Did anyone know?
Yes. Chris is the
So-
best.
It is
Holy
effectively Godey's turn.
Okay, really quick, I want to know, since it backed away and Ragnar got an attack of opportunity, did it also leave my reach?
Yes, you would have been right there next to her, correct?
Okay. Yes, I was right next to her. Not because I want to take an attack of opportunity, because I want to know if I will provoke an attack of opportunity on my turn, which it now is. So, Godey is going to be backing away, and now that he is fully within his senses, he's looking around and he's been hearing Ragnar, he's been seeing everything that's been going on, and hearing what Ragnar's saying as he's looking at everything, he's getting ready to cast something, and you just hear him say, "We do not need glory. What we need is a hammer." And he's going to look at Solomon. And with that, I'm going to cast Slow on the 6 biggest mouthers in the room.
Okay.
Ooh.
So
Those are Wisdom saving throws, DC 14. If there is 6 of them, or if it's one big conglomerate, or whatever it happens to be, but I can target
So
up to
you've
6
got
of
you've
them.
got 3 in the room right now. I'll let you know that. The ones that are floating. What's their wisdom? That is plus
Hopefully
0.
shit.
Cool. 13 for one,
That's a
3
fail.
for the other,
That's a fail.
and the tendril that just formed into a humanoid-esque suspended being is a 17.
Damn. So not that one. However, the ones that are affected, their speed is halved. It takes a -2 penalty to AC and dexterity saving throws, and it can't use reaction. On its turn, it can use either an action or a bonus action, not both. Regardless of the creature's abilities or magic items, it can't make more than 1 melee or ranged attack during its turn. I doubt this is going to come into play, but if the creature attempts to cast a spell with a casting time of 1 action, roll a d20. On an 11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the creature's next turn, and the creature must use its action on that turn to complete the spell. If it can't, the spell is wasted. It can make a wisdom saving throw at the end of each of its turn, ending the effect on a success. So yes,
So-
with this, Godi just puts both of his hands out, and a blistering cold wind erupts from his body as ice forms on all of them, slowing them down.
Beautiful.
That
So
is
if it
sick.
does cast a spell, then it has to use its action to cast it. It doesn't take effect until the next turn, correct?
Roll a d20, and
Okay.
it might happen on that turn, or it might happen on the next turn.
Okay, perfect.
11 or higher next turn.
And then Godi will be using his movement to back away from all of them. For no point or purpose, he doesn't need to be within a 20-foot radius of anything.
Perfect. All right. You move
Not throwing
to
out that specific measurement for any reason.
It's-
Mike and Ragnar.
All right. It is going to be the floating Mouthers' turns as they try to move closer. Yeah. So their speed is halved, correct? Yes. This round, they're weighted down and they actually drop just a hair as they begin to move slower. They don't reach the party. One was a little bit closer and would have made it had you not cast slow, and the other one is across the cavern making its way over this way as well. So that screws their turn. Well done, Godi. All right. You cast this spell, and the Mouther, you see it kind of pull from the ceiling a little bit more mass as it gets a little bigger, and it opens another mouth on its chest that is even wider. And you all hear, you're used to gibbering mouthers not making words, Ragna. This one is coherently talking and making very clear sounds through all the gibbering and all the cacophonous sounds. You stand still. And he sends out a just reverberating thing out of his mouth and his chest that bounces off the walls and the curved ceiling of this cavern, and you almost see the air in here begin to vibrate with the sound waves. Everyone make me a wisdom saving throw. Everyone in the
The
cavern.
potion that I just had.
Yeah. Are we still good?
That will automatically half the damage. So if you make this, you will take no damage.
Ooh. Okie dokie.
This is a much more powerful Mouther than what Kite is used to dealing with. So the potion
What
does
was the
help.
DC?
I have it here. DC 16, sorry. All right. So those who failed will take 20 points of psychic damage as you
For
feel
potions.
it penetrate through your mind. For potions, if you failed, 10 damage. If you succeeded, then no damage on those potions.
Okay, because those of us who took potions when we first got started last session, our potions have run out by now, right?
They ran out. Xenia waited about halfway through the session
Right.
and then took
Okay.
theirs. So she still has like the last little
Okay.
bit of it. Yes.
Just double checking.
And 10 minutes is a long time in combat, so
Yeah, it's forever.
he's fine.
All right. That is the lair action. Right as Solomon, you get to get ready for your next thing, you hear across the cavern and part of this wall just explodes. And when you came in here, caverns are usually made of stone. This does not look like breaking of stone. This looks like shattering of bone. And as the dust settles, in step William and Grendel. William, it is
Hello.
your turn, good sir.
Thank goodness.
All right. William steps through the debris, seeing the conflict. What's the most imminent threat to the party that's inside right now that's closest to me?
The one closest to you is the bubbling mass over in the corner on the far side, and one of the columns. You also see that the ground itself has, mouths and tendrils and eyes on it as well, as they all kind of just turn towards you.
And just for clarification, I have not acquired Antoinette and Giselle yet.
I think we talked about that. You have a version of them, which is just the single shot.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So, William had a specific purpose as to why he went back to the ship. He had to retrieve his prototype firearms that he had developed when he sailed previous to this crew. You guys see him holding two what appears to be hand axes, but they have a little loop on the haft that his fingers are wrapped around in. And he runs up, and as he's running up, he points one of the hand axes at this creature, and you hear a loud thunderous as he takes a shot at this thing with the hand axe. Antoinette hits for that's a 13 to hit.
13 to hit does not seem to do any.
With a -2 AC.
This one does not have the -2 AC. The
all
other
right.
ones do. So I mean, those other ones have a crazy low AC right now.
Right. So still continuing his approach, he raises up Giselle, takes a shot with her. That's gonna
Are
be a
you
17
firing
to
at
hit.
the same thing, or are you
Yes.
firing? Okay, go for it.
Same target, 17 this time.
17 hits.
All right, 17 is a hit. That's going to be a D8 plus 4. That's going to be 8 piercing damage as the second round pierces into it. He's going to close distance, get up into melee range, and
All your movement speed is halved on this
shit.
aberrant ground.
okay. So I get within how far am I at this point?
What are you going for? Column or floater, or the mass?
Don't say floater.
Don't say floater. Yeah, that came out of my mouth and I was like, shoot, nope. That's gonna
New trigger
Clip it.
word discovered.
be me.
I got 30 feet of movement, so the one closest to me, I think, is going to be the.
You can get
most
to
beneficial.
the floating Mouther.
Okay.
That doesn't sound good either. We're gonna use it.
So, with
Depends on who you
that,
talk to.
I'm not going to use action surge yet, so we're going to save that for now. That'll end my turn.
All right. Solomon, it is your turn.
Solomon, he is writhing in pain at this point from his head just like swelling with this psychic damage. And when he finally gets like a moment, he brings his head up, and it's very lucky that his skin is crimson blood red because it would hide the bloody nose that is currently happening, probably from the brain hemorrhaging. However, knowing the words that he heard Godi say, "You want me to be a hammer. This hammer will ring the bell, and the bell tolls for you." And it will point at the creature that is nearest to them, which I can't imagine at this point, but I will
It either
need
be
that.
the column or the hovering mouther coming from behind.
What was the one that you casted that all the buffs on?
Be the hovering mouthers. Both of them are affected by that.
Yeah. I need that one to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 15.
Okay. That is a natural 1.
The spell tolls for you because I'm casting Toll the Dead.
Damn.
For max damage, 16 points necrotic.
Wow.
Wait, has it taken damage? If it's taken damage, you roll 2d12.
Did this one take damage from the slow spell? I don't think it took damage though.
Slow doesn't do damage, but I'm not sure if this is one of the things that Ragnar was playing whack-a-mole with. Whack-a-mouther.
Whack-a-mouther.
Patent pending.
Go ahead and roll that damage.
An extra d12?
So it's 2d12 instead of the 2d8s. If it has
Oh,
taken
so it's
damage.
2d12s instead of 2d8s. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll do that.
Toll the Dead's badass.
21 points of necrotic damage then instead of the 16.
21. You see half of this thing wither and kind of just become limp as it continues to move incredibly slow. Do you gain anything from that? Like, do you gain any like health? Like, pull it out and give it to yourself?
It would be cool.
but a long since hidden dark side is starting to come out of Solomon.
Smash.
Oof. Yeah, this
Go
this,
ahead,
this
Taylor.
thing is looking rough. All right. Anything else on your turn there, Solomon?
Can we hold for smash though for Taylor at least?
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
already said
I
it.
already did say smash, but smash
Oh,
again.
okay. I guess okay.
Double smash.
Guys, we're making a T-shirt. There's no question about it. At this point, we are making a T-shirt. It's just gonna be like a cartoon image of Taylor with a speech bubble that just says "smash," and all the monsters we've ever fought surrounding her.
Everything. Not even just the monsters.
Hard
I mean,
eyes.
Just everything.
NPCs,
Yep.
other PCs.
NPCs,
Objects.
all of our characters, just the whole thing.
Smash.
Yeah. And then I will then just use my movement to get closer. And Godi, as you see Solomon getting closer, he's kind of like marching with purpose as he's like still holding the spell out, but like as he gets to a point where he's just looking at it now and just like, I will destroy you. That's my turn.
All right. Grendel, it is your turn.
So upon breaking through the wall, Grendel, she looks like a happy, giddy puppy as she is like, you know how like dogs do the happy taps with their paws?
Does it all
Grendel
the
is
time.
doing this currently, and she is holding in her hands a giant ballista. And she is
Fucking
like,
what?
guys, hey, we found you. I was following the voices and we found you. Look at what I found. I can hold this and it doesn't crush in my hands. And she goes, so I learned that you take the sharp end, you point it like this at the bad thing, right? And what's the button? And she's
Grendel, just push the button!
she's gonna sit there for a second trying to like, figure it out, and then you just see her just be like, "Why is this not working?" And she's going,
Hold the
to
lever,
rage.
Grendel! Hold the lever!
She is going to rage, and then she is going to shoot this ballista at the biggest.
I showed you 7 times, Grendel!
Barriers between campaign dimensions are breaking. We have another Alfie. No.
Oh, there are
So-
barriers between campaigns breaking, all right, but I'll wait to say what else is happening.
So you have
But she
essentially
rages and then fires.
perfect. You have 4 targets to choose from. One is a bubbling mass. One is a floating, hovering mouther. One is a column that is a mouther, and one is up in about halfway up, a humanoid. with a long tooth sword.
Which one looks scarier?
Oh, definitely the one hovering.
Okay, she's gonna aim at that one because that one
Okay.
looks like the more bad guy.
Okay.
And let me go to the stats on this and roll to hit. And with rage, does it add to the roll to hit at all, or is that just
No, but it
damage?
will add to the damage. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That will be a 18 plus 4 for 18. For a 22 to hit.
Absolutely hits. Yes.
And the damage is 2d12s plus 6. That is double 10s. So that will be 26 points of damage.
Plus your rage bonus.
Oh, plus 2, so that would
28.
be... yeah, it will be 8 points of damage, or 28 points of damage.
Now that you have successfully hit, I was very worried because this is, in fact, a very large crossbow, basically.
Like,
As you're sitting there going, why doesn't this thing work? You kind of like smash it and it goes, and you see it just sail and impale this floating figure that's attached from tendrils to the ceiling as it again just all the way through. You also see the columns just writhe and tense and get a little bit smaller and just not as coordinated as well.
you see Grundle just jumping up and down, being like, "Look, guys, I got it! And she is then going to use her bonus action to pull the drawstring back and load it. Then she's going to fling it over her back. Yes?
You used your bonus action to rage.
Oh, fuck, I did. So she is just going she is just going to fling this over her back, and she is going to then take out her great axe, and she's going to run to the nearest one and just jump up in the air with absolute glee, flower petals falling behind, and she's going to swing.
Okay, perfect. You head over to a column. Go ahead and make your attack.
That is a 14 plus... For that will be a dirty, filthy 20, good sir.
All right, roll that damage.
That will be 1d12 plus 3. That is That is 7, 8, 9, 10. So that will be 10 points of damage.
10 points. All right.
And you just see her like slam the great axe into and be like, "You do not eat my friends. It is not very nice."
Is that slashing damage?
Yes.
All right. Make a
Plus
dexterity
two, it's also plus
saving
2
throw.
with that. So
So 12 points of damage instead of 10. Perfect. Make a dexterity saving throw for me.
oh shit.
DC, let me look that up. I think it is 40. No, it is. It is
That would
13.
be a
DC
7.
13.
That'll be a 7.
7. Okay.
Barbarians have advantage on dexterity saves that they concede. Reroll. Professional barbarian.
That is true.
Profession.
That is a natural 20.
There you go.
Very nice.
There you go.
So you swing this in, and as you kind of just bury it into this column and begin to pull it through, you see this viscous fluid come out, pressurized almost, and you are able to move just out of the way just in time. As it goes by, it catches a little bit on your blouse and kind of burns a hole through it a little bit as you look over your shoulder through there.
You see Grundle just shock and horror on her face, like upon seeing the hole in this dress. And you just see her brows furrow, and she goes, You ruined my dress? Helene made me this dress! I will destroy you! And, like, you just see her just sitting here, just stomping her feet. She is angry. Like, she is just like, Helene worked on this for, like, she is just throwing a fucking fit right now. She is
Oh
not
my
a
goodness.
happy green girl.
I am terrified right now. Okay.
You should
I'm
be.
in love.
I should be. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
love her.
It's
Chris
her
was like,
battle
"Oh yeah."
step.
Chris was like, "Oh yeah, flavor. We'll just burn the dress a little bit. Worst mistake ever."
I'm going to learn today.
It was at that moment that Chris knew he fucked up.
Yeah. All right, Ragnar, what you doing?
First off, that hurt. Don't like it at all. So first off, I would like to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on myself.
All right.
Still slot. Do my dicey dice.
Freaking breakdancer next to you.
Give me a little boosty boost there. Extra 7. That feels a little bit better.
Here you go.
All right, so refresh me real quick. Who is closest to Ragna right now? Who's she got in front of her? As things
You've
have moved
got
around?
Godi, I believe, and
Godi backed up, didn't he?
Solomon. Godi backed up, so he's
Yeah.
close to you, but he's not right next to you.
Okay.
You have
That's good.
Xenia above you, unless they move.
A little
around in the
do-si-do
cover. Yeah.
of movement.
And then
Yeah.
Solomon is, I think, walked around towards the hovering mouther as well. So you've got Solomon, Godi, and Xenia.
Okay. How high up in the air is Xenia, would you say, from me? Or actually, Chris, you tell me, given the hammer's abilities,
Mhm.
is my party within safety zone of me right now or no?
Within safety zone of you.
For my thunder damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Okay,
won't
just
hit them
checking.
if you use that, yes.
Okay. I'm getting sick of this. Let's see. So we're
This is
gonna give
why
them.
Goki backs up.
This is why Godi backs up. So Ragnar will be like, "Whew, okay. It is a glorious day indeed. Regardless of what the other Goliath says, it is a good day for me, but that hurt." She'll sort of rub her head and cast her healing wounds on herself. However, you will not best me today. Today, you will taste the thunder of Styrmir. And with that, she will swing 18 to hit on the first swing.
Hits.
For 15 damage. Second swing hits for 13. Miss
Does
on that
not.
one?
Yes, that one misses.
Okay. Do I get to choose which one I use my thunder? Can I use my
Mhm.
thunder
Yeah, you
cantrip
can.
on the first one?
You,
Okay.
you get to expend a charge
making
on
sure if I
on a
didn't declare
contact.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because with that, on her first hit, she will also cast her thunderclap. Doing, what was it? Burst of thunder sound that can be heard 100 feet away. Each creature within range of you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 thunder damage.
Okay. That is a natural one. It is going to use a legendary resistance to succeed.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, okay.
Was that one down?
That is one down. Yes.
One down. Let's see.
And the creature that's attached to the ceiling turns to you, makes eye contact, and goes, "I will be the one that tastes, not you."
You can certainly try. With that,
And that's my line.
am I as a bonus action? Can I attempt to use my thunderous smite?
Is that a spell?
The first time you hit with a melee weapon attack during the spell's duration.
Yeah, so you can
Um,
cast it, and then it's active for
Oh, okay. Okay.
however long until you hit. Yes, but your next attack would
My next.
trigger that. Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
We can cast
If
that
it
now and
hits.
then.
yeah.
I'm gonna cast that. I'm gonna cast my thunderous smite now.
Okay. As your bonus action.
And I think, as my bonus action, I think that means I am good. I'm done.
It is going to see everyone moving around, and like its eyes will be turning on its body, trying to fixate on the different points of different entries, and realize that things are moving far too much. And you hear it go, "Stop moving." And you all feel the ground rise up underneath your feet. I need everyone to make a grappling check for me.
I'm not on the
DC
ground.
You are not on the ground, so you don't have to. DC 16.
This is a what kind of what?
A grapple
Yeah,
check. So it's athletics. I believe?
Athletics
Yeah.
Athletics.
or dexterity for you Dexy boys.
Does the Goliath's powerful build trait mean anything for this?
I'll give you advantage for a powerful build. Yeah.
I needed it.
All right, Solomon, you are restrained.
It's a
Ragnar,
natural
Cody,
1.
both pass. William, you are restrained. Is that different? My conditions. Let me make sure I'm reading this right.
Sorry, my computer's being slow.
Okay. That is one of its legendary actions for this turn. It is Zenya's turn.
How big would you say this cavern is, just in terms of placement of each of the Malvers?
300 feet across,
Mm-hmm.
in a circular formation, and
Mhm.
about 100 feet from the floor to the ceiling.
Okay. Which Malver on the ground looks like it's the most hurt?
The one over by Godi that is half necrosis and just almost not even moving anymore towards the group. Godi has slowed it, and then just half of it withers as Solomon is just gripping.
Considering we are in a cavern and it's quite dark here, Xenia is going to look for the darkest bit of shadow closest to that mouth and cast Summon Beast. And as he extends his hand towards that, he says, "Here, kitty kitty, come out and play." And he summons a juvenile displacer beast from that shadow, which then goes to make a maul attack at that closest Malva. Or an 18 to hit,
Such a
and 10 points of
Yes.
slashing damage.
10 points of slashing damage. Okay.
And
It's
then
displaced
because
beast. Yep, go ahead.
and then because me and Doza didn't do a extra attack earlier, Doza is going to use that extra attack from the previous round to do a flyby rend attack on the floating, hovering Malvo figure.
Okay, the figure. Perfect.
That is going to be. Xenia just has control of lots of good boys. It's fun.
You can see Grendel like really wanting to pet the displacer beast.
That is going to be a 22 to hit
That hits.
for
Probably reading a spell or something, or perhaps doing stream things.
8 points of piercing damage, I believe it is.
8 points of piercing. All right.
Piercing, slashing, same thing. Claw attack. Flyby.
Make a dexterity saving throw for you or Dursa.
That was a 10.
10. As you fly by, the talons rake across it, and 6 points of corrosive
Mm-hmm.
as it sprays out from the entity. That is okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nope, that was my action to summon my Displacer Beast. The Displacer Beast action to attack, and then that was Durza's use of our shade attack. Nope, that's us.
Perfect. All right. it is the monster's turn. Are you leaving the area as you fly by?
Yep. Intentionally to avoid any further opportunity attacks.
Okay.
Or retribution, as you will.
So as you fly away, leaving its melee space, it will use its reaction. Yes. Cody.
You can finish this. You can come to me next.
Okay. It'll use its reaction to take a swipe at you, Xenia, as you fly away. That is a 10. Probably does not hit. For its
The
reaction.
flyby doesn't provoke any opportunity.
It does
reaction,
not.
Though.
It does not?
Reaction.
Okay.
Yeah, it does not provoke. That's the point of a flyby attack.
Perfect. Okay, I did not understand that. Apologies.
That's okay.
All right. It didn't hit anyway. I mean, the dice said, no, you're doing this wrong.
We just been Newman all over the cavern.
Yeah. Cody, what you got?
Just because I think I heard you say something about one of the creatures having a turn. As a reminder, if they're affected by slow, at the end of their turn, they can make a wisdom save. I wasn't sure if they already took their turn and ended, so just to know.
They
also,
have not. Yes. go ahead.
the hovering Malva is now my favorite foe.
Ooh.
He's your
very
favorite.
nice. All
You like that one?
Very good. How does that? How do you come by that? Like, what do you get from that? You see a weakness, or like it? Just give me some flavor on that.
Sure thing. So when Xenia hits a creature that he doesn't particularly like, in this case, it seems to be the big boss of these creatures. When it gets hit with attacks, some of the magic from his attack or the weapon sort of lingers, and it manifests as a mark on the creature's forehead, not unlike the primal beast mark that manifests on his actual creatures. And it's just like a fingerprint of his magic. And that will give him an extra 1d6 of damage in upcoming attacks, and also lets him track it at advantage if it were to escape him.
Perfect.
It is marked as his guardian now.
Awesome. You put this mark on this creature, and you see eyes and tendrils and mouths kind of rotate towards wherever you're moving to. And from all of the mouths in the cavern, you hear, "What have you placed on me?" And it is Le Monster's turn.
Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
It is trying to decide whether to go for Ragna or Xenia.
D4.
D4. Here
Sorry,
we go.
I take that back. I cannot mark it because Summon Beast is already a concentration, so I can't add another concentration on top of that. Never mind.
I mean, you could, but you would lose your other
I would lose
one.
my beast.
Okay.
She wants to keep it.
I want to keep it.
All right.
It's okay.
All right. 1 and 2 hit Xenia. 3 and 4 Ragna. That is a 2. So it's gonna go for Xenia with a bite attack.
Smash.
That is a 16 plus 5, 21.
Hits.
Okay. Make a wisdom saving throw, DC 15.
18.
All right.
Back to you, Ollie.
You will take half this damage, which is 9. So half of 9 is 5. So you take 5 points of psychic damage as it bites into you, and you feel a clouding of your mind as if a poison has been injected into your system, and you push it out with your mental fortitude.
This would not be the first time he's been bitten by a creature that injected venom into him, so that checks out. He's got bite marks all along his arms. Like this is part of the job.
Daddy chill.
Just sort
Is
of
Xenia's
shakes
last
his
name
leg, kicks it
Irwin?
off.
You hear, "If you will not succumb to me, then die." And it will go to jam you with its massive tooth that it has in its hand for a 13. Does that hit?
No.
No, it does not. All right.
Hmm.
That will be its turn. Godi, it is your turn.
You must try harder than that.
Ooh, shots fired. Quit crying, little baby.
Cody, your line is, I roll to attack.
He's got a
Apologies.
lot to read.
Apologies.
They can't
I
know
did
this stuff
not-
is scripted, and you're gonna blow it all our cover.
I didn't hear that it was my turn. I apologize. This is what I wanted to do. So, can Godi infer if these are in fact separate entities, or if this is like a hive mind kind of situation?
Make an intelligence check for me.
I'm good at those. Famous
Are
last
you though?
words.
Check
Either
out
that
the
or
big
nature.
brain on Brad.
We'll do nature. That's higher than flat intelligence. It's a 15.
15. There are 3 separate entities in this room. The 2 hovering mouthers that are closing in, and you feel a singular presence that encapsulates this entire cavern, which is essentially emanating from the one that is attached to the ceiling.
And how high up
Centered
is
on
the
that.
ceiling?
100 feet, he is 50.
100 feet, he is 50 feet. So he's
He is
50 feet
at
above
50
me?
feet, yeah. He's 50 feet up. He's halfway up in the cavern, moving around.
That's not going to reach. Yeah, we're going to do the best thing that we can do. Cody's going to look up at this thing, and thinking that it is sort of the central thing, he is going to raise his hands, draw the ice rune in the air, and cast Frostbite on it. That would be a
Ooh.
Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
DC 14.
That is a 13.
All right. So that's 2d6 worth of damage. Rolled really well. That is 11 points of cold damage. Additionally, it has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Okay. Perfect.
And that's
That's it. All right. William, make me another strength DC 16 saving throw, as it's going to use its legendary reaction to devour.
Excuse me? Legendary
natural
action?
one, buddy.
Oh, a fucking
action.
legendary?
Nom, nom, nom.
Legendary action, second one this round.
Legendary Om Nom.
I don't know what's going on because that's the second fucking nat one.
Grendel, you see as William steps forward to go after this hovering mouther and just try to take it out, when
Rolling
it
into
says
now.
stop moving and you all are like gripped, he sinks a little bit lower than the rest of them, and a few moments later another mouth comes up and over, encapsulating, and begins to pull William down. You no longer see him,
That's great. That's just
take
great.
So I'll say Grendel
3
probably.
points of corrosive damage.
Oh,
from
6?
God.
3.
3. All right, cool. That's fucking.
Melting.
And it is the hovering mouther's turn. When we come back to the top, it'll be Solomon's. So,
I'm out of initiative. Oh shit!
Solomon, would you say you are within 15 feet of the one you are melting, essentially, with, with this necrotic spell?
Yes, because I really want to know what happens.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not going to deny you.
You can say no.
I could,
The DM will remember
but that would not be interesting. And I'm already as close to death as I can be before I have to start rolling for it, so
So,
let's see.
you see this mouther close all of its mouths and open all of its eyes simultaneously as you feel the beginning of something pressing into your mind. This creature has slow on it. It is casting Mind Blast
Counterspell.
on you.
Ooh.
Okay.
Third level. So
Third
it's, I
level.
mean, it's all I have anyway, but
So what happens? Because that's a fourth.
I have to roll. If yours is a higher level spell, then I have to roll.
Okay, against its spellcasting modifier. correct?
Spellcasting DC.
Let me-
It's against the level of the spell. The 10
Excuse me,
plus
against the level of the spell.
So it's 10 plus whatever the level of the spell is.
Yeah.
All right.
So you just got to beat a
then.
14.
Yep.
Come on,
Alrighty.
buddy.
$18.
Nice. You feel it just begin to.
my mind.
Roll an intimidation check for me.
You know what's awesome about that? I have no charisma whatsoever. so
Roll that
I actually
20.
have a -1 to charisma, so this will be interesting. Oh, 18.
There you go.
I rolled a 19 on that, so there you go.
All right.
Guess I'm just feeling it.
You see this thing open its mouths again and begin to cower and retreat a little bit.
That's more
After
like
that.
it.
All right. The one across the cavern, seeing that William has been devoured by the ground, will begin to make its move over towards Grendel that is attacking the column. It will also close all of its mouths and open all of its eyes and cast this spell. However, because it has slow, it does not take effect until the next round, correct? So,
You have to roll a d20. We're being
I have
fair
to
here.
roll a d20? All right.
Yes.
That is a just straight, no
Just
modifiers.
flat
Just
d20.
flat. That's a 7.
Crap. It does go off this turn.
It does?
It does.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's an 11 or higher than
So
it's
what
delayed.
does dispel mean if it is cast on Grendel?
Big dumb.
Let's see. You make an intelligence saving throw. This is a DC 14 intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, creature takes 64 psychic damage and is stunned until the next turn. On successful save, creature takes half damage and is not stunned.
Please save so you can save my ass.
So this is an intelligence saving throw.
Don't build it up too much. Don't build it up too much. Just roll it and get it. You build it up too much, it's gonna be a bad roll.
That will be a 18 minus 2.
There you go. There you go.
So you will take half of 14, so 7 points of psychic damage, but you are not stunned
That's
because
That's
it goes
my
in
girl.
one ear and out the other.
You
That's
can see
my girl.
You see Grendel's face for like a moment. Like if it's like a girl like applying lip gloss, it's like there is no soul in like this face, no thoughts, only Grendel. And she kind of sits there for a moment. She goes, oh, okay. What was that again? And like she like literally like just completely ignoring the voices that she's hearing in her head.
And with that, it is Solomon's turn. Actually, my apologies. Layer action.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. You can't. No take backsies. It's Solomon's
Takesy
turn.
backsies.
Either
I
before or
GM
after.
counterspell you.
The creature in the middle extends his arms and lifts his head up, closes his eyes, and you hear down. And you all see the water begin to rise. As the water begins to rise, each turn it will go up 5 feet. Or each
like that.
person's turn. As we go through the initiative, the water will rise
All right.
5 feet.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's probably
Okay,
at your
Chris.
chest now, Solomon.
Well, this is how we get through this. All right.
All right.
It is your
Don't
turn.
end your turn. The water can't rise if you don't end your turn.
Okay. Hang on. I'm not legitimately stalling. I'm actually trying to look up something you and I have established.
You've got something. You've got something
I
up your
do.
sleeve, I'm sure.
I do. Quite literally up my sleeve. I will basically do this. He is Solomon is just angry at something that pummeled him and is enjoying this dishing out pain and trying to be it awoken something within Solomon that he had been trying to suppress for quite some time. He takes from within outside of his robe, from within his robe, a small silvery metallic disc about medium humanoid's palm with a reflective side on it. He holds it out and faces it towards this creature that's laughing, and says, "You have taken from me and my associates, but may I have a few minutes of your time?" You know what that means, Chris.
I am so excited.
So, in that moment, the device, this metallic disc, there is a shine, and you kind of all get like a sense of deja vu for a second. And the creature now is going to have to. No, actually, I will, but afterwards. Okay, so that will basically be the action, and the bonus action will be. Pardon me, 1 second. My bonus action shall be. I really don't have anything that can be a bonus action other than just. So I guess we'll just follow up to me using their turn immediately for myself. Thanks to the power of this device.
Wow. Awesome.
Hey man, you invented it.
I did.
So, with that being said, I will point at that creature. Now, this is not the creature that has swallowed William, has it?
No, that... Well, yes, essentially, yes.
It is? Okay.
It is the same entity that swallowed Willem, yes.
Okay.
So you are taking its next turn and using it
I am
for
taking
yourself?
its next turn and using it immediately.
Wow. Okay.
And
Awesome.
I'm going to yeah, I'm not even thinking in this moment. So what I'm going to actually ask is that now it do a con save of DC 15.
That's a 14, my dear friend.
Yeah, okay. This creature, and perhaps also William, I don't know, is going to take 19 points of thunder damage as I cast Shatter. William, does William take that as well?
What are you casting it at? Are you casting it at a column or the one up about halfway up in the cavern?
The one that was laughing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you see this, and the thunder damage is basically concentrated in one spot. The entire room seems to wince and tense, but you're fairly certain that that's the only portion of this entity that actually took that damage. It did not spread throughout and take damage on anything else in the room. So now it has to roll a Constitution save. What is that? 19? What's half of 19 in this scenario?
8.
8. So it's a 13. William, you are still devoured. But
That's some
because Solomon did what he did, you will not take any corrosive damage from being digested this round.
Sick.
All right. Anything else?
I
there,
also
Solomon?
will let you know ahead of time I passed the intelligence save. So
Beautiful.
that device, however, will just lose all luster and shine to it as I just shaking hand put it back in my jacket. Eyes still like flared with madness. Yeah, that's
Grendel.
my whole thing.
It's your turn.
Me?
Grendel.
Okay, I was gonna say I thought I missed my name.
Mhm.
Sorry, my bad. Okay, so question.
good.
Is this mouth that consumed William, is it still there?
Yeah, you see
Okay.
a portion that's raised up further
Okay.
from where it
Upon
was.
seeing William, kind of as he's walking, somehow just end up in this thing, you see Grendel just go, "That is a good idea, William. We kill it from the inside." And she is then going. She's like, "I will help you." And she is running over to this beast, and she's going to, as I'm gonna do, I would probably say, for rule of cool, could we just do an unarmed strike for her first action? Break
Mhm.
through these like teeth and like
Mhm.
reach her arm inside to try and grab William.
Yeah.
That is a 13 plus 6 for an unarmed strike. God damn it!
Damn.
So
Yeah.
they take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, and
4
she's
points
going
bludgeoning.
to try to see if William is. She's like, "William, hello, are you down there? Shoot one of your pew pews for me to hear you." William,
It's a single shot. I gotta reload outside of this fucking thing. I can't reload it inside of a creature.
is there any like sign of William in this thing?
Oh, I'm flailing.
Oh yeah, he's filling, and you hear
Okay.
muttering and like muffled voice of
How far down
Hit
is
it.
How far down is he?
probably just right inside. And if he were outside of it, his waist would be at the ground level.
Okay. So upon seeing him, Grendel will immediately just like grab William by like the back of his neck with one arm and just like go to yank him out of the
Make
out
a
of the mouth of
strength
this
check.
thing.
DC 16.
You got this.
Great strength.
You're raging. You have an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that would be 18 for the first one.
It succeeds.
And that would be
Yeah.
21 for the second one, good sir.
All right.
William goes flying.
You punch through this thing, just through the teeth, and you feel something that is not gooey mouther. You feel clothing and
Leather.
leather and all this stuff. You grab it and just pull him up by the scruff, covered
Hello, William.
in just nasty green viscous mucus that smells absolutely horrible.
You smell like pig stables. You should go take a bath after this. And she's just gonna like gently like place him down. Then she's gonna turn back to the monster. She's gonna take out her ballista. She goes, "You do not eat people. That is not nice." And she's going to pull it back. And she goes, "I do not like it when people eat my friends." And she, using her bonus action to reload it,
And we lost her.
her entire end of it.
Up there you go. We lost you for a second. What'd you say?
Oh, sorry.
Bonus action
After
reload.
reloading, can Grendel take the rope she has on her and wrap it on the end of this thing?
On the end of the ballista?
Yes.
Or the
Well,
ammo?
the arrow that she is going
Yeah.
to shoot.
Yeah. Go
All
for
right. She is like, "I am going to turn you inside out from your belly button," and she then shoots it
What?
down into this hole. And I'm gonna roll for it to hit. That is a 19 plus 4 to hit. And
That hits.
that will be 12 plus 10 for 22 plus 2 for 24. And she is then going to wrap her arm around this rope, and she's like pretty much next turn is going to try to yank this thing from the inside out.
Turn it inside out. Oh my goodness. Oh man.
William with a look of defeat on his face, like this just reminds me of the time I was swallowed whole by a whale shark.
It is okay, smelly man. All things are smelly when they are in the ocean.
Okay, so that is your turn, Grendel. It is Ragna's turn.
Okay.
Ragna, I will
Uh,
tell you, everyone is spread across the room,
Okay.
just hitting on whatever surface they can find, and the entity in the middle of the room is
Mhm.
beginning to look tired and
Mhm.
withered from
Mhm.
battle. So,
Yeah, I want to attack him. I want to go after that one. I knew that for sure. Ragna will go ahead and smack him with her hammer once again, hitting for 22 the first time.
mhm.
It's going to give me 13 points of damage. My second hit hits for 16.
16 just hits.
Oh, goodness. We're going to do 14 points of damage on that one. And then I would very much like to add on my Divine Smite, please.
There you go.
Where is it, actually? I know I can roll for it. Uno momento, por favor. Where'd you go? Thunderous Smite. There we go. Adding 2d6. That would be 5. Just a little extra.
So is that your...
My the first time you hit with a melee weapon attack
Okay.
during the spell's duration. Yeah.
I didn't know if you
Thunderous
were
Smite.
pumping a Divine Smite into this as well, or just the Thunderous Smite.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say the wrong one first? I
No,
meant
that's
the
fine.
one I cast last turn. So
Okay.
my Thunderous Smite.
Thunderous Smite. So I'm sorry,
Yes.
how much damage was that again?
That was 5.
5. Okay.
5.
Not bad
Mhm.
at all. Okay. Xenia, you're up.
Oh, my screen went blank, but that's okay. I still have this in front of me. So, Xenia, if my mouse can come back, is going to draw his longbow again and aim to shoot at the hovering Malfa, flying Malfa. We'll say that rather than actually marking it as his favorite foe, it's more taunting with every single attack that hits from either himself or his creatures. Like, a remnant of his magic flickers across its forehead, but it doesn't stay. First attack. Misses. That was only 11 to hit.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Second attack. 18 to hit.
That hits.
Just 4 points of piercing damage.
4 points piercing damage. Every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps. And then, going down to his displacer beast on the ground. Is there a Malfa still close to it?
Yes.
It is going to make another maul attack. $25 to hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
For 12 points of piercing damage, and you just see this juvenile, this basically just like tearing into this Malfa. Its tail sort of like flailing behind it.
It leaps up and begins to rip and shred this thing, and you see it just stop hovering and begin to descend before it just impacts on the ground as the mouths and eyes that are underneath it begin to tear away at this hovering mouther, beginning to consume essentially its own kind. But that one
Pouncing
is...
lessons. Pouncing lessons.
There you go.
Good kitty. That's us.
All right. It is not the monster's turn because Solomon took it away. So it is Godie's turn.
Damn, dog. Where'd you find that?
So,
Don't get used to it.
that one central one that I hit last time, that's still like super high up, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd say they came down about 10 to 15 feet. It's like it's looking more tired and like it can't keep itself pulled as high as it wants to be.
So it was 50 feet. If it came down 15 feet, that's 35, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Godie is 6'8". If he puts his hand up, does that mean that this thing would be on the very edge of 30 feet?
Yes, I'll allow it.
Then with this, Godie is going to get right under this thing, look up at it, and raise both of his hands, Kamehameha position, and just say, "We're done here." And he's going to cast Pulse Wave. So that is going to be a Constitution saving throw of 14.
That is a 12.
Godie.
So that's 66 worth of force damage.
Ooh.
You really are like Hadouken.
Godie and the power of the Dragon Balls.
That is 23 points of force damage, plus it is... Sir, if I push this thing, would you then say that it's going to be, like...
So here's
it's
what I'll
force
do.
movement.
Here's what I'll do. It will shoot up however many feet you have to push it away
Uh-huh.
and come back down. As it comes back down, some of the tendrils snap as it lowers even more down to just 10 feet above.
So it's not going to fall completely down. Because I do have the option of pushing or pulling, so I was wondering if me pushing it, I would then be able to get it to fall like 50 feet. But if that's not going to be the case, then I'm going to pull it 15 feet to me.
Okay. Let's see. What do I do with this? What kind of... I want to see how strong you're going to pull this.
I like it.
So,
How are we going to do this?
Arcana.
Arcana rolls. Let's
All right.
go.
Roll
Arcana?
me an Arcana check. If you make 18 or up, you'll pull it all the way down, ripping it off. If you roll below it, you'll pull it down to the 10 feet, where it will stay.
Okay. That is a 21.
You cast Pulse Wave, doing the 23 points of damage. You see the tendrils of this thing attached to the ceiling begin to and just rip, and you just pull this thing down. I'm gonna go ahead and roll falling damage for it on the impact, since you are
Smash.
pulling it. That is 35 feet, so that is 3d6 or 4d6?
3.
3.
Well, yeah, 3. It's for every 10 feet. So
Okay.
it doesn't get the fourth 10.
So that is 14 points of damage as it impacts down on the ground.
And the last thing that I will do is pop a use of my runic empowerment, specifically the life rune. And as I draw this rune with the magic, pulling it from the spell, I throw it at Solomon, and sir, you are going to get 15 points of temporary HP.
Aw, you're so kind.
So as this happens, I forgot to do the 5 feet
Water.
of water for each person's turn. So you
Oh, you
rip
did.
this thing down and pull it to the ground. As you do, water begins to rush in faster and begins to fill the cavern. You're now in 25 feet of water. And as the water raises, you hear the snapping of wood, and the ship that is sitting across the cavern is floating up into the top of this cavern, and the mast is just cracking.
That'll buff out.
It is the hovering mouther turn that is on the opposite side of the cavern over where Grendel is.
Grendel and William, let's go. Bring it, bitch.
Grendel, remember the artifact that you have that gives you a swimming speed that Faye's gifted to you
Yes.
previously. Just remember you have that.
The-
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I definitely remember.
You were like,
it's
yes.
gonna play here very soon.
Beautiful. This one is going
Granted,
to
if
move
Grendel
closer to
doesn't
you.
know that it works that way, but it'll be interesting.
Does it allow you to breathe underwater?
Yes, it does. For I
Okay.
think. Hold on. Give me a moment.
Like an hour? No, I think it just does it. Cloak of Manta Ray. While you're looking
Speed
that
of
up,
60 feet. Yeah, breathe underwater, like all the time.
perfect. Phase, we salute you. This one's going to move in close, and as the water rises and comes up above while you're floating, you see this thing move faster than it has while it was floating as it moves through the water and strikes out to bite you. That is a 7 plus 3, 10 on its first attack.
That does not hit.
It does not hit.
Grendel's just like the water's rising. She's like, "Oh, what is going on here? Are we going swimming?" And
And
she
it
just
is-
sees this thing whipping around.
It's going to make a wisdom save. Godi, what's that DC for slow?
14.
14. Wisdom. That is a 15, just barely. Actually subtracted some.
Silvery bar.
Delicious.
Oh, you son of a gun. That is a 9.
How's it taste, motherfucker?
Like
And that's
silver.
the last part of
and
Silver
barbs.
Barbs. Ragnar, you have advantage.
All right. Let's see. Top of the round. The muffled cacophony, now that you are all in the water. You hear, "Come, my children." And you see the 2 pods again rise and fall, and as they fall, 2 more bloop, fall out and begin
Oh,
to
God.
swim as the
No.
legendary action. It is
Oh.
William's turn.
All right. All right. All right.
What point do we just leave?
I roll
okay.
to bail.
So, question
Okay.
for the DM before I decide to on my course of action. I have a special ability, tactical assessment, that allows me to make an intelligence, like investigation or history or insight check, to supplement it with a superiority die. I'm currently looking at the guy that's been talking this whole time that seems to be coordinating these attacks,
Mhm.
where he originated from, the roof. Would it be reasonable to believe, or actually, before I go into this, to do this investigation check, is it going to require an action, or
I'll just
it's
let
a
you do
special
it.
ability? Okay.
Yeah.
So he's looking at the point of origin where he was attached to the ceiling.
Mhm.
Is there any point in that ceiling that would be weak enough that if there was a targeted blast, cause it to come down on top of this creature?
Where it was attached
Yeah.
is more Mouther, essentially. It is exposed, but it's basically
It's
like
not
a
rock,
cobweb
okay.
hanging up there. Yeah, but
Okay,
it is
it's
open,
not
so
rock.
it would probably do more damage
I was hoping.
to it. As you're looking up, around where the ceiling is not covered is concentric geometric patterns that are in layers as you're
Okay.
looking up through the cavern.
Not the ideal environment that I was hoping for. Okay, never mind. We're not going to take that course of action. Just going to continue attacking the creature that just attacked Grendel. Now that I am free, switching from his 2 hand axes over to his cutlasses, and he goes for an attack with his swords. Let's see how we do. All right. Here we go.
Which one are you attacking here?
The one that just attacked Grendel.
Okay.
That's going to be a 16 to hit
That hits.
and a 11.
11 to hit.
Yeah, on the
That
second attack.
just hits thanks to Godey's slow spell, which is still active on this
Fuck yes.
particular one.
Thank you, Goldie. I don't know why I rolled the gold one. That one's been rolling like shit this whole time, so that was close. Okay, so we got 2 attacks in. That's a D8. What do we got? All right, that's going to be a 11 and 8, so 19 damage on the first attack. Action surge. 2 more attacks. Let's go with you 2 this time. That's a nat 20 and a 15.
Both
Nat
of those
20.
hit. Roll that
Uh,
damage.
So he's just going feral with the 2 cutlasses, just fucking So 6, 18, 12 plus 6 is 18 damage plus 10, so 28 damage on the second flurry of attacks. As he's just going ham at it. He's like
All right. How do you want to do this on this particular
Okay, so
now
you
swimming
just
Mouther?
right. So you just see William Like now he's in his ideal environment, fucking water. This is where I'm meant to be. Just swims up real quick, and as he's swimming up, he holsters the two caffeinated required the two hand axes in his back holsters, pulls his cutlasses up, reverse grip, and just goes to town and goes 1, 2, 3, and then on the final attack, he just drives it straight through the biggest eye, and just twists it, and then rips sideways with the spine going against the flesh of this creature, doing more tearing damage than cutting, and just as he goes back, he watches this thing just bleed out into the water.
So with the stuff that you're doing to this thing, ripping it apart and creating just this blood in the water, you see the other mouther that just came out of the formation over off to the side that just came in, almost get something you've seen before in sharks, just like went from you to oh yeah, and then is just gonna go towards that one when it's their turn. Awesome. Grendel, it is your turn.
So Grendel, with this cloak, she can't really swim, but I will say she's probably bobbing a little bit. But as she's bobbing in the water, she's just sitting here as like, my Helene lies over the ocean. My Helene
Oh God.
And while she's doing that, she's tying the other end of the rope to another arrow. She will use her bonus action to load it, and she's still sitting here just singing, my Helene lies over the ocean. And what is the monster that is the farthest away?
One that's the farthest away is the one that just came out across the cavern out of a very similar formation of this mouther, and just kind of was procured.
Now, how far away is it?
I'd say it is about 100 feet.
100 feet? Perfect.
Which
Okay.
yeah.
So now the one bolt is inside the hole in this monster, lodged in this monster. And so she's going to aim it at the farthest creature, and she is going to shoot. I do not know how you would want to do this because it is over 50 feet, which is how long the rope is, and will yoink its little insides along with it.
It will. If your attack is more than, let's go with the same number, 18, then I will have the one harpoon rip out, do additional damage, and your other one sail with the other one attached to it, to the end of it, towards your target.
Delicious.
So go ahead and roll that.
That will be a natural 20.
Oh! Oh!
So for the one that's ripping out, roll 3d6, and that is crit as well. So add 18 to whatever that is.
God.
Yeah.
Woo!
So
Gotta love
that is a 5 and a 2, and then for the third, it is another 5. So 5, 2,
12
so 5,
to
5,
18.
Yeah, 12
That's 30.
plus 2.
12 plus 2 is, yeah, 30 points of damage. Total.
Bitchin'.
Holy cow, yeah.
And the arrow actually lands and hits. The damage for that would be
You love to see it.
12 and an 8 for 20 points of damage. 12 and an 8, 12, 8. Yeah.
Yes.
20
Yep.
points
12 and 8.
damage.
20.
So as you
And as
fire
she's doing
this,
this, she's just slowly sinking. As
this thing shoots out, you've tied this knot on there just beautifully. It hits it into a notch of the harpoon, ripping the other
On flower
harpoon
crowns you make.
out. As you do, a sonic wave through the water emanates from the now detached entity, as it is just through the water, and you're pulling, just ripping more of this, just mouths and eyes and tendrils out of this, while it's shooting just the two harpoons. There is no flex in the rope. It is as straight as the harpoons are, just flying towards the other target,
Damn.
completely piercing through the one on the other side, pulling the rope through, and pulling the other harpoon with the barbs against the grain through as it goes all the way through. And this thing begins to not sink, but turn and float like a fish does when it dies.
Damn!
Oh.
Oh,
All
that is
right.
delicious.
Oh.
Finish him.
What else you
Grendel's
got,
turn.
Grendel? Because was that your first attack?
Oh
gonna
shit,
need a
that was
bigger
my
cave.
first attack. So, Grendel is kind of like sinking at this point. She's gonna open her eyes underwater. Can she see any creatures in the water?
Yeah, you can see William just ripped apart one, and the one that came out closer to you is now swimming over towards William, but doesn't seem to be intent on William. It seems more intent on eating whatever is dismembered in the water.
Okay, so
But that and a column are the closest things to you if you're looking for something close.
okay, with the column, so you're gonna hear just doom, 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 and like there's gonna be ripples under the water, because Grendel at this point I think has reached the bottom, and you're just going to see her just see ripples, doom, 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 and she's gonna run over to the column, and like you see bubbles come up, and you
Yeah,
hear
little
like muffled
bubbles.
noises as Grendel is like trying to speak underwater, being like, "You do not hurt my friends." And she's going to swing at the column with her battle axe. That is a 13 plus 6 to hit.
Plus 6, yes. 19 does hit.
All right, and these 3 axes, 1d12 plus 3. That will be 11, 12, 13, 14 points of damage.
14.
Of slashing damage, and if I need to make is it a dex save?
You do not. As you pull it across, you see it. The pressure does not happen. It just kind of disperses like ink into water as it just kind of swirls and moves. You see the color come out, but it just kind of dissipates and is diluted by the water that is around you.
Beautiful. And I think that will be all, because I've used my bonus action. I used both my actions. So yeah, that will be it. Grendel will just be at the bottom of the water, just like.
A very effective turn indeed. Ragna, it is your turn.
No pressure, not coming in as the other strong woman in the group trying to keep pace.
Yeah, that shot just came across your face and just decimating that thing.
Oh, well, Grendel's just singing like fucking sailor tunes.
Okay, so how is the guy looking that I hit last time? How's our big spooky boy?
He is down in the water with you now,
Okay.
about 10 feet from you.
Love it. Like it. He's right there.
But, I mean, looks rough.
Rough.
Just-
Okay. Well, it's time to say goodbye. We're gonna go hit him with the 1-2 because it hasn't been broke yet. 19 to hit.
We have advantage on the first one because of silvery barbs.
Oh yeah. 23 to hit then.
Absolutely.
Correction.
Even more.
For 14 damage.
Super effective.
And we gonna hit him again for 25.
That hits as well.
and he's gonna feel 13.
13.
Yeah. And then let's go ahead and tack on because we brought it up last time, but I
Are
didn't
you
use it 'cause I
sure?
was- No. Oh,
If you're sure, you
Water.
can.
water. Oh,
But
is it? Yeah, because water now.
Ragna.
Okay.
how do you want to do this?
Ooh.
Yes.
Get him.
Let's go, Mom.
So
Get
Ragna
her
will, after seeing this harpoon go by, just she'll be like, 2 thumbs up, and she'll just get this like awesome wicked grin on her face, like, okay, we're getting very close. And she's just going to sort of like get her hammer spinning and just like wind it up and then just right in his face and just smack him the first time, pull it back, and then just as she pulls it back, she's just gonna rear from above, and now she's just gonna swing forward, and she just skull just crushed in.
Delicious.
You throw this thing. You have created essentially a typhoon behind it. This hammer, as you're spinning it, this funnel of water follows your hammer. Just pull it back through, and just explodes into the water.
Delicious.
That's what she said.
It's like
The-
tie-dye, but gruesome.
Cacophony subsides. And Ragna, for the first time since you've been on this island, outside of Kite's hovel, there is nothing. There is no voices. There is no weight on your chest. There is no perturbance in your mind. And you all see the water level begin to descend. And as it descends and you all are free from anything that's been grappled, you see Nagendra coughing and wheezing as they've been inside this other mouther. You see that the cavern walls that were covered in gibbering mouther are melting away to reveal smooth, layered, stone-looking surfaces as all of the mouthers begin to drip off of the wall, essentially. I'm not going to make you guys fight the last one. Between 6 of you, you're going to just...
Displace the kitty attacks. It's just turning into another one.
So we'll
Tarzan's-
count that one as...
Tarzan,
as
you sound
gone.
like Mario attacking something.
Everyone just, like, gathers around the last one, just starts kicking it on the ground while it's down.
Silly Hetzel.
This and this and this. You see all of the fleshy mounds and mouths and eyes basically just falling off into the water, and as the water subsides, the ground that now is beneath your feet is rough and variegated in color. Greens, grays, blues. And as you all see this, the mouthers are basically just sloughing off down into the pools of water, off the sides and into it, just peeling off, running down the sides. Xenia, you're still in the air? Okay. Everyone on the ground feels the ground rise
The mountain
and
raven?
fall. And that's where we're going to go to break for our first half.
Oh, we love a
Thanks,
sleeping
everybody.
turtle.
We'll be right back
God.
with
Brilliant.
more.
Love that.
And welcome back, everyone, to Tales of Vardin on To Be Diced. Just as a reminder, go ahead and follow those socials at To Be Diced ADV to catch more of all of our content that we are all making and working on to make this fun show happen. We have Frontiers of Eberron on Sunday and Dimensional Dial on Wednesday this week. So make sure you tune into those. I believe they are at 8 p.m. Central, or no, yes, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Both of those. So, anything else that I am missing?
Time zones hurt my head.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they really do. It hurts more than math.
Why can't you all just live on the same coast as me?
Why can't we all just live in the same studio?
Yeah, that's
That'd
true.
be great. Yeah,
That would also be
the whole
helpful.
time.
Waves from the other side of a planet.
If there's nothing else, we'll pick up where we left off.
Hello, sir.
The water has now subsided to 2 or 3 pools. What are you all doing? Nagendra, you emerged from the mouther that swallowed you, coughing and gasping as you were below water, being digested by the ground itself, it would seem.
Well, I tried to bite it, and then it bit me. That backfired.
But he is going to look at Nagendra and just kind of nod, put his hand on his shoulder, and just, wise man once said, there is always a bigger fish.
Me. I'm
As
the
you
bigger
say
fish.
that, again, you feel the ground rise ever so slightly in places. And as it settles once again, you see small puffs of mist and fog gently rising from the surface of this ground that you are on.
Not again.
No, I think it is something different. This
Is the
is not
ground
a matter.
moving?
The ground
Am I seeing that
seems
right?
to be
Just-
moving.
So then you're just squinting at the ground? Like, am I seeing that right?
Yes, the ground is
And we'll
moving.
slowly, like, circle closer towards the ground.
Xenia, make a nature check for me as you're looking around this cavern.
Nagendra's just gonna like waddle up to Ragnar and just like hug leg. Just be like,
19.
19.
19.
The ground doesn't look like ground. The top of the cavern doesn't look like stone. The ground looks like patches, massive patches of leathery skin. The ceiling in its concentric circles, you see it basically encapsulate the whole cavern, the whole 200 to 300 feet wide. But right on the edge, as it finishes the pattern, it begins it concentrically again in this geometric pattern. You have heard and read of a Titan, an ancient and wise Titan known as Darukunir. Was said once to carry the world on its back. This is indicative of the great dragon turtle, Darukunir.
Do we know if the Titan was able to commune into what language might it understand?
From that, most likely Draconic. But as it also was said to have helped in the Great Dragon War, summoned by the druids of this world, it would also speak common.
The party just sees Xenia, not his expression on his face is too far up the sky, but he's sort of just like him and just sort of freeze mid-flight. And then Dozer starts to circle towards the ground on Xenia's command, and Xenia doesn't even wait until Dozer touches down on the ground before he's throwing himself off and then laying flat on the ground, hitting the ground, it seems. And then he's going to speak to it in Draconic and saying, "Are you the great titan they speak of? I think you have been asleep for a long time. It is time to wake."
The cavern sound bounces off the walls in here as you hear a rumble. And Xenia and anyone else who speaks Draconic would understand the following words. The rest of you would just hear, and you understand, "Speak quickly, intruders of my home."
We did not mean to intrude. Some have been trapped here for a long time, and we sought to find a way off your island. We did not intend any harm. We intended no destruction. But you were infested with malwares that I think were covering the walls of your home. But no longer.
The fleshy usurper. I have not seen the sky. And you hear through where the cavern kind of narrows, you see a bit of light. You see out from the side a head emerge, and it is just nothing but neck now covering the outside of that. Who am I to thank for the liberation of my mind? And you all hear this in common in a very gentle voice.
Nagi's gonna like lean over. "Hi, I'm Nagi. I've lived here for quite some time." I'm just gonna
Xenia just like rises from where he was laying on the ground and just sits cross-legged. And then looks up around at the party.
William, prior to this emergence, was looking at Xenia like she was, like they were crazy, as he walked over to a puddle to wash out the slime from his hair, and then sees this turtle head come out. Like, oh, all right, that's the first. I've never seen that before.
You all assisted.
Ragna will try to stand up as tall as she can and sort of puff out her chest, and placing her hammer on her shoulder. Indeed, we all assisted in your release, as we did not understand that you were trapped here, O Great One.
You hear creaking and shifting of the shell, and you feel a slight movement, kind of when you are on a bus and it begins to move slowly out from a stoplight. You just get this little bit of a jolt as you feel it begin to start moving, and you hear through the shell just the rumbling of waves hitting the side. Give me 1 second. Okay. If indeed you have all freed me from this fleshy usurper Calibran put on me, Then you have my eternal thanks. Not only that, I wish to impart a gift, if you will but open your minds.
I like shinies.
It's not that kind of gift, Nagendra.
Uh,
Shh.
William sheathes his cutlasses as he approaches the up next to Ragna and Godi. What do you have in store for us?
You see where you're standing, William, a golden sigil appear beneath your feet, and this energy emanates from it in a string as it wraps around you. Ding! Go ahead and take that feat that you wanted to.
Oh, now you can do Fustora.
I am Dragonborn, hear me roar!
And as you all stand there, different colored sigils all beneath you that do the same.
Sick.
Perhaps impartment of wisdom should suffice for now. Also, there are more of you that are not here. You were heading somewhere. Where do you wish to go?
Well, I was running away, so where were you going? And Zenya just looks to Grendel, Solomon, Cody.
Solomon is still recovering from the psychic attack that has him, so he's still kind of like glazed over, just trying to recover from what the fuck's going on right now. Not the best resource at the moment.
His Majesty Lord DM.
Mm-hmm.
Where were we going?
I was about to get there. You guys were headed
It's been a while.
on the Wayward
It's been all
Squall
about
to Greenport, that was on the western continent.
Gotcha. At that point, Godi would then speak up. We were heading for a place known as Greenport. Do you know of it?
I do not, but if you tell me which direction it is in, I will do my best to get you close in a most expeditious way.
It is a coastal city along the western continent.
You hear and then another jolt, even faster this time. Some like taking steps back, trying to not just fall on your butt. I will take you as far as I can. The rest of the way, you will take your vessel.
Sounds fair.
There are some of you here that have met an acquaintance of mine. I can feel his touch on you. How is Mindoran? That would be Godi and Grendel.
You're muted, friend.
Oh no.
You're right there.
Her sight is not catching up with her. She's clicking faster than the sight is
Okay.
allowing her to catch up.
There you go.
Good. We hear you. You're good. You're
I'm
good.
impatient.
Don't touch anything else.
So Grendel is just currently sitting on the ground right now because she was sitting on the ground under the water and watching Xenia. She's just petting the floor, just being like, "This is a very nice ground." And after hearing the question, she turns to the ground, just kind of cocks her head to the side, and she just again is just like petting it, and she is just like, "Well, we saw him, but he was not looking too good. Apparently, somebody stole from him, which is not very nice." And he was whooshing us a lot of places.
That is unfortunate to hear that he is not doing well these days.
Brody will speak up to elaborate further. Somebody has taken the Amber Paragon.
Yes, the pretty shiny rock, Mr. Floor. The pretty shiny rock.
Nagendra. Yes, go ahead, Solomon.
Actually, I think that's the first time Solomon has heard that term said out loud. Does that ping off anything in his
What?
magisterium brain?
Mindoran?
No, the Amber
Or-
Paragon.
The Amber Paragon. Yes. You would know that the Amber Paragons are fable of sort that some believe to be true. It is within your business to keep an eye on things, whether they might be fictitious or not, just as a threat is a sign of something impending. So this would be essentially the same thing. It might not be real, but if it is, we need to be able to do something about it.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big piece of information that just popped up right now with these troublesome people. May I roll deception to hide my shock at hearing such a legendary item be spoken of? Good, because I have a -1 to it, so let's see what happens. That's a 0.
Gasp!
My stars and garters. No, I basically just go.
You okay there, Solomon? Here, I
I'm
will
fine,
help you.
I'm fine,
He gets
I'm-
up and
I'm
starts
fine.
like patting him on the back.
I'm okay.
It is okay, little man. I will help you get
And I
it
pass out.
Is this
No,
is this
Straight
Like,
up
please,
prison spine.
stop helping.
is this
Raise
lore
your arms
something
above your
that
head.
is this lore something that sailors would be exposed to, or is this something beyond William's scope?
William, you would have heard that of the story. You would have been told it as a boy that the Amber Paragon was shattered into many different pieces and sent to the earth. Some say that powerful people that reigned, kings, emperors, pirate lords,
Ooh.
possessed pieces of this Amber Paragon. And it is what has made those names so great in history.
Pirate lords. Okay.
Nagendra, after settling, as you sit there hugging Ragna's leg,
Crissy crossy, just like
you, one, remember that there is a ship in a segment of water in this cavern that has chests. And as that hits you from that direction, wherever you're pointing, you have a pressure headache. And if you turn your head, it would move from one side to the next, and it's like something is pressing up against your skull from the inside.
Maybe you'll need to open your mind more.
Nagi's gonna run. Just get up and dash.
Right.
Towards, like, as they're running, they're gonna like be looking in wherever the pressure's at. They're just gonna keep running that direction.
It is towards the ship. As you near it, you are able to read the letters on the back side indicating the name of this ship, the Devil's Maw. You know nothing of this ship, but you've read it nonetheless. Scurrying up, you see chests, 3 on the deck, with yeah, right there. You fighting your mic there, Gretel. Rage mic.
Like, you have to, like, finesse it, and I wasn't finessing it properly, I guess. I had to be gentle.
That was the opposite of finessing.
Smash in the literal sense.
A loving tap.
I was trying not to laugh, but it kept going.
It kept going. You climb up here, Nagendra, scurrying, and you all see Nagendra just dart off and scurry up the side of this ship onto the top deck. As you're looking around, you see one of them is open. It's about half full of gold coins, jewels, statuettes, some like pearls and strings of gold necklaces are pouring kind of off the side, like someone grabbed and pulled in a hurry from this chest. As you're kind of looking at the shinies, off to your right is the pressure. If you're following it, you turn, and it is right in the center of your head, staring at a door that goes into what would normally be a captain's cabin on a ship. You would not know this because you've never seen a ship before. You've never been on a ship, so you know what a ship looks like. You know there are rooms in it, but you don't know the importance of this particular room you are staring at.
Body slam it. Little 4 foot tall, just
Instead of Eldritch Blast, just Body Slam.
Body blast.
This is like the total opposite of everything KJ does as Riley and Petrichor. This is like a child that is just hopped up on sugar at all costs.
Hopped up on shinies.
Ragnar, you got
Feral
something?
little beast.
I was just gonna throw in there that as Ragnar has been as Nagi has been running towards the ship, Ragnar will sort of have a little bit of a puzzled look on her face, and she will have been following Nagi onto the ship at this point, just sort of keeping track of Nagi's actions.
The prospect of treasure would also
How
catch
close are you
William.
to Nagi at this point?
I would say as Nagi sort of started having their pressure headache, Ragnar would have started noticing that something was off, and would have
charisma, yeah.
and would have probably let Nagi get about halfway there before she started following. So she's trailing behind, but she's realizing that something's off with them, and she's starting to follow.
Nagendra, as you body slam this door, you hit it. And as you do, a red sigil appears on the door for an instant before you take 31 points of fire damage.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
From a 20-foot fireball.
Hey!
Oh.
You said 31?
31.
I think William would at that time dash for the ship as well, seeing that happen.
Nagi's gonna get back up from where they hit the ground and just rush in.
Rush in. You rush through the flames, and you see part of the floor is missing. You hop over it, and the fire and the burning wood is beginning to fall down in there. You see barrels as you kind of go over the top of it and in. You see a small room. There's a desk. A very well-made, ornate desk. There are maps on the walls and books on the shelves, and it looks like it's been ransacked, so there's not a whole lot on the shelves, but there are a few, things here and there. Right in front of you on the other side of the desk is a skeleton of a humanoid figure with very sharp teeth. Sitting there with its hand barely hanging on the skeletal fingers to a dagger that is stabbed into the desk. In front of him, on the other side, his other hand just laying on the desk, and next to it, an old, decrepit writing utensil of a feather with an inkwell in front, and a book in front as well. Xenia, yes.
After Nagi has taken off and we saw that fireball go off, Xenia would also have followed.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would allow it, upon seeing the fireball and the spreading flames, he would like to try and use his absorb elements to damage control that. Not
Beautiful.
for fear or care of treasure, but he's concerned what damage this might do to the Titan if it's like inside him. Yeah.
Very
Material
good.
shit, doesn't matter. Damage control.
By this point,
So-
anyone who wants to be on the ship has made it. The explosion obviously caused enough attention from everyone. So
It looks like Xenia's inhaling fire, but nothing
Yeah.
else is coming out.
yeah,
I love that. I love that.
Grundle walks in, seeing
Reverse
that,
dragon.
and it's like,
Now
Oh,
that
I'm
Xenia
sorry.
is
I'm
eaten, they
saying
are all
smash to
revved
that
up.
for once.
I did not know you could breathe fire, Xenia.
Magic is odd like that.
I would
I will
say-
Smoking is a bad
expel it
habit.
later, maybe.
at this time,
Okay.
William's trying to secure the chests, making sure that they're pulled away from the environmental hazards.
not the
Xenia
treasure.
is absorbing the fire.
Not the treasure.
William's like scooting away with the treasure. Ragnar, you would
Solomon
see...
is just going to find a place to sit. And just
Oh my god. Solomon, when you sit, the displacer beast sort of curls around you, much like you know how cats will nuzzle against your leg? We'll do that and just sit with you. But it's weird because you see them on one spot, but you feel them in another. Because displacer kitty.
I love it.
So you are not alone.
Roll to pet.
Ragnar, you would see Nagi, clothes kind of singed, blood trickling down the nose, but almost like in a trance, just like walking forward, one almost stumbling step after the other, walking up to the skeleton.
As Ragna has come up on the ship with everyone else, as everyone's been catching up, and Xenia has absorbed the fire, Ragna will actually rush and just like stop Nagi from moving forward.
Kind of just like,
What is so important in there that you need? It's
I,
an
don't-
awfully hard hit. Look at your face.
I feel something up here.
What do you mean you feel something up there?
Well,
What is up there?
Whatever direction I look, it moves, and I'm following it, and
Those are
it's
full thoughts.
points at the skeleton.
Ragnar will turn around and look at the skeleton and the surroundings. Do you think this is who... Is this who we think it is?
I think so.
The one that Kite knew?
The one that Mum knew.
Ragnar will sort of Still hang on to Nagendra, but stand up straighter and have a more like grim look on her face and look around. This is a very dark place indeed, then. All right, fine. If you have to look around, we'll look around, but stick with me this time and don't go rushing in, okay?
I will just be looking around in here. Can you make sure nobody comes in here for a minute? I want
can do
to
that.
make sure anything that would mean something to Mom survives.
Fair enough. I will go be a door. Be quick, though.
And Maggie will kind of do what they always do. They'll just kind of like put their head up against your thigh for an extra second and then walk away.
Ragna will then basically become a sentinel at the door, and she'll just stand there and cross her arms and stand shoulder width apart.
And Naki will inspect the skeleton and kind of be a little bit more cautious after getting hit with that fireball.
So you are standing in the doorway, Ragna, correct?
Correct.
Make a perception check for me, Nagendra.
Can do.
Another fireball.
That'd be a 19.
19. You look around, carefully moving around the skeleton. Are you touching anything? Or just looking for now?
Just looking for now.
Just looking for now. You kind of walk around the backside of this big captain's chair. And around the jaw, around the inside of the bone, there is a small green sigil that is ever so slightly glowing.
Nagi's gonna kind of like smell the air, how they always do when they kind of feel the magic, and just start like sniffing around to see if they can find anything.
The thing that comes first, very strongly, is coming from the dagger first. You look at this dagger, and it is a beautiful curved blade with scrolling and filigree down the entirety of the blade as it goes down to a very fine point that is sunken into the desk. When it reaches the handle, it changes from a very layered, patterned steel to a very bright and almost fragile looking metal as it wraps around the handle and creates a setting for an amber glowing stone at the top of the hilt. Make an Arcana check for me for anything else.
That would be an 18 plus 4.
Beautiful.
So 22.
The dagger is mesmerizing in its craftsmanship and its beauty and its pull to your magical senses. But then you notice an underlying magical aura coming from the place where it is stabbed into.
Like on the surface of the
On
disc
the
or
surface of the
under?
desk, there is a blue sigil. And if you were anyone else and had rolled anything but what you did, you would not have seen it. It is faint, but it is there, covered by dust and years of age.
Nagi's gonna very gently put their fingers on it and cast Identify.
All right. On the dagger or the sigil?
Sigil.
Ragna will also call back to Nagi over her shoulder and just be like, "How's it going? You almost done?"
There's a couple of things with a lot of magic in here. Might take a moment.
All right, try to hurry up. Some
I
of them
will.
look a little bit antsy to me.
As you cast Identify on this is a very high level spell. You've seen this spell used before on your parents. The one used on your parents was much more powerful than this one is, but this one is still as effective. It is meant to create a prison, a cage, a solid box that cannot be dispelled.
In that moment, Ragnar, you would hear almost like a clatter as if you would turn around and look, you would see Nagi stumbling backwards, just eyes wide.
Ragna will glance over her shoulder. She's heard and looks in, and then she'll quickly look back out at the party, and she'll completely change priorities, and her body language will soften, and she'll turn around and come into the room and come to you. What is wrong?
That's that. And she's just going to point where the sigil was.
What are you looking at? There's nothing there.
They're going to kind of grab their head and kind of massage their own temples. It was the same magic used on my parents. And just kind of blink a couple times. It's not... It's a box that's unescapable.
A box that is unescapable. Like a prison.
Yes.
How is it activated, do you know?
I don't...
Did you touch anything?
Just to cast a spell. I'm going to take the dagger.
You take
How
the
do you know
dagger?
that dagger? How do you know that dagger is safe?
It's magic. I don't know what it does, but maybe it can help.
Have you tested it?
Not yet.
Let's be careful. We've already gotten hit with spells we don't know, and now you're telling me that you're picking up on magic that seems not very kind in nature. This is a type of fighting that I do not respect.
You can carry me.
Very well, I will carry you, but after you do this, I want us to leave. This room, this place, this is not safe.
Nagi will just very solemnly just nod. And they will grab the hilt of the dagger and just give it a little bit of a tug.
Pause right there. What is everybody else doing while they are moving around this cabin and doing their investigation? Now that everyone is here on this vessel.
Once William was able to get the chest far away from enough from the structurally compromised integrity of the ship that was affected by the fireball, he'd be inspecting the chest to see if it's locked and if at all open, capable of being opened by just means of prying, or if he needs to shoot the lock off.
There is one that is open that has the jewels, coins, statuettes, treasures, necklaces, all sorts of things in it. There is another one that is closed and locked, and one more that is also closed and locked.
You hear Xenia
all
over
three
your
of them
shoulder
away?
saying, You hear over your shoulders and you're saying, kick it first, it might be a mimic.
Kick it
Well,
first.
I did just drag it, so I mean, I think if it was a mimic, it would have activated by that point. Right.
You dragging the one
Okay.
open?
Well,
Grendel pulls out her axe and she's like, I will crush it if it is the same mimic.
right. He's gonna try.
Everyone,
with his,
stop yelling, please. My God, please stop yelling.
He's gonna try with his hand axe first to see if he can knock off the lock with his hand axe.
Go ahead and roll me just an attack.
While he's rolling good, he's going to say, yes, he already touched the chest. That shouldn't be a mimic. He, however, has not touched the coins inside. They might be mimics.
Well, maybe
love how
Then you
y'all
just
are saying
belches
all
and a
this.
tongue of fire licks out. They're done.
First swipe is going to be a 11, and then second strike a 16 or 17.
You used to have a party member that was a mimic. Wonder what happened to him.
Get up, Isaac.
So the first one, you hit it,
Never heard of him.
and you see a bit of the nails holding the lock in place, and you hit it again, and the lock falls completely off. As you open it, if you choose to, it is empty.
Why not? Ah, you son of a bitch. I think with that one, well, we might have a use for it. He's gonna go do the same thing with the third chest.
Do we see that the
Pirate
chest,
shit.
do we all see that one of the chests was empty?
Does it have a false bottom?
As he opens it, yeah,
was
you
gonna
see it's
ask that.
empty.
Just kick it a bit.
One of you can roll an investigation with advantage, since you're both looking for a false bottom.
I got +3. What do you got?
Investigation. +2, you go.
Okay.
I love how you're both like, you're looking for
yo,
false bottoms.
You want investigation? I'm your guy, but whatever.
Actually, technically speaking.
16.
16.
24.
With advantage?
Is that
No.
with advantage?
I have 16 with advantage.
Okay. You look around. There are no signs in this chest of a false bottom. You know for a fact that this one was not set up for that. Everything seems to be on the up and up with that one. You wanted to hit the other one, William?
Yes, sir.
All right, go for it.
Same
It
thing.
was worth a shot. Sometimes these pirates feel like they're so tricky.
First
This is
one's
a
gonna
really
be
nice
in.
lock.
First strike's gonna be an 18. The second strike is a 20.
You open this one as well. As you turn the lid, there is a single gold coin in the bottom.
It bites you.
You just see William just.
Why would they not just use a leather pouch instead of a whole chest for that? That seems a little bit weird.
I have found in
yeah.
my years of archiving that usually if a single item is being held in a treasure chest, it
There's
does
something wrong
not
with it.
mean there is anything pure about it.
Yeah, this. I think this would also. I think this would stand out to William as well. Like, this is not something you would normally place in a chest if it wasn't absolutely valuable.
Azteca gold.
Phase pops out. Ah, it's me.
That just
There you
go.
it's a
Gonna-
whole Black Pearl situation all over again.
Is there any significant markings on the gold coin in the bottom of this chest, or that stands out?
It doesn't look like any gold coin you've seen before. There are some markings on it that are weathered and old.
Okay. He's just gonna close the lids on all the chests at this point. Tie a rope to the handles to all three of them, and just prep them for transport.
Okay.
If the surface of the coin is weathered, would a mending spell help with that? Just to physically restore the surface?
You can certainly try.
Then you will try. If William will allow it, because I can see this spell can physically repair a magical item or construct, but the spell can't restore magic, which is fine. Just to help identify it, maybe.
He's just bringing the treasure back to the ship, so he's not concerned about you performing magic on it if you want to.
Okay. So you cast Mending on this coin in the bottom before he shuts it and begins to move the chests. It is shined up. Some of the markings come back. And this is a coin from a very old time.
Oh my god, it is Aztec gold.
William, you would see this,
We're cursed. We're all cursed.
and having done your research and working with the person you did, would know that this is one of many. One of 400, to be exact.
Oh, this is so it's super rare. Okay. Oh, okay.
I was joking, but
You
now we're not
found
joking.
I was gonna say you found the rare Pokemon card in your deck.
Go, do you have something?
Two things. Zenny actually just reminded me. Godi will actually approach Grendel, and just kind of give a nod and just be like, "Don't move." And he's going to take the burned bit of her dress and rub it between his fingers and cast Mending on it.
Oh.
Soft.
You see
Wholesome.
Grendel, like, her face just, like, lights up and, like, she, like, kind of stomps her feet in place and she claps her hands and she goes, "Thank you, Goldie!" And she just, like, picks him up and just, like, swings him around.
The ship like shakes a bit from your joy stomps.
Cody, as you're in Grendel's like, is this a bad time to talk about face? Very bad. Crunch.
Xenia, what's your passive insight?
17.
Oh yeah. You notice William's immediate attitude shift as soon as he cast that mending spell.
So
he-
it's a good thing?
No, he's getting more possessive, and he quickly shuts the lid as you finish the spell, and
You would
shuts
believe it.
and
Pirates.
now he secures the lock once again.
Pirates.
What did I say about loud noises?
After he broke it off?
Lord.
Yeah, he's got a Smith's toolkit. He can repair stuff.
Back on.
Okay.
The other
Stop.
thing that I wanted to do with Godi is after he is released from the cuddle party, the mandatory cuddle time, he is going to take out his spell book and start ritual casting.
All right. What are you ritual casting?
Hunter's floating disc,
Ooh.
Okay.
because that'll be a lot easier to get giant ass chests out of here.
Yeah.
I knew where you're going with it.
Like,
One question.
Was it like 3 feet, carries like 500 pounds or something like that? Three
1 inch
3
thick,
foot wide disc or something like that.
yeah, 3 feet in diameter, 1 inch thick, floats 3 feet above the ground, can carry up to 500 pounds.
It would definitely take care of all three of those chests. No problem.
Little dolly.
one coin in it.
It's a radio flyer. No.
As you finish casting that, Godi, William lugs him onto the floating disc. We return to Nagendra and Ragna, unless somebody else has something else they would like to be doing during this time. Nagendra, you said you pull the dagger from the table.
Oh boy.
As your hand begins to move towards the hilt, you remove the fingers carefully, and as the very tip of your finger touches the hilt, you begin to feel wrenching pain in the 2 spots on your back. Ragna, you see they jolt forward, and the loose clothing on her back, you see her skin begin to go from concave to flat to bulging as it begins to rip through her skin. These small, leathery wings begin to rip through as she falls with dagger in hand onto the floor, unconscious. Nagendra, when you touch the hilt of this, you start feeling the pain, but then all of a sudden you feel something hit your chest. And you are in a dark place, which opens to expanse of white sand. Flat, nothing in sight for miles. You look at your hands, and they're see-through. As you move them, it's like smoke curling away and reappearing where you're moving. You hear behind you, "Who are you? And how did you get here? You shouldn't be here. Who are you?"
I'm gonna turn around.
You turn around and see a shimmering form in the same way that your hand is moving. On her neck is a small glowing piece, very similar to the hilt that you were holding, glowing in the same manner. Her facial features finally coming into view as the smoky vision kind of coalesces into more of a solid form. You see a light purple-skinned, very elegant, regal-looking maiden in a long black dress with 4 horns curling back and down with golden chains and links. Her skin light lavender with the appearance of stars across it. "My father will come soon, and you cannot be here. You have to go back." And she's going to try to push you. Is there anything you'd like to do in this moment?
As she goes to push, Nagendra's gonna almost be like stuttering and like trying to get words out. What is your name?
Helene, you have to get... And you see her eyes begin to tear up. As you look behind you, you can see outlines of all of your friends that are on the ship, where they are at. And out of all of them, Grendel is the most clear. Still a mirage. You know my Grendel.
We just met.
Grendel, make a perception check for me.
She's really good at smashing things.
That is a 19 minus something. Hold on. Oh my god. My heart is pounding.
Chris?
What's insight? So that is a 19 minus 2 for a 17.
Chris,
Mm-hmm.
can I use fortune
Fortune. What is
on
that?
Grendel's roll? It lets me replace her roll with mine.
Yeah, go for it.
That's a natural 20 for a 26.
Jesus Christ.
Grendel, what are you doing on the ship? You're just watching people kind of lug stuff around and
I would say she's probably like, you could just hear her again, just kind of like singing to herself. It's like, my Helene lies over the ocean. And she's just kind of wandering and like just looking at the shiny thing, seeing if there's anything like remotely weird looking for Helene.
so you're looking around, you're finding, a barnacle here, a shell here, and a few other things on the ship. Oh, this little piece of metal looks okay, like little things you can maybe put together and make something out of later. As you're kind of looking around, you look off to the side and you see a sight that you have not seen in some time. You actually
Grendel,
see
for a moment.
Nagendra standing in front of Helene with her arm outstretched and her mouth open in a very obstructed, not their way, like it's a dream. And it disappears.
You see
through the
Grendel
doorway.
just running.
You run, and I'll get to that in here just a second. Back to Nagendra and Helene.
My feelings. Better not hit on my girl.
I'm glad she has friends. I don't know how you came to be here, and I do not care. That has given me solace in my exile. Do not come for me. Protect Grendel. Keep her far away from here. This is no place for her sweet soul. Promise me that.
Where is here?
My father's house. The 64th layer of the abyss. Do not come here. You have to go back. And you look down and you have the dagger in your hand. My father cannot get his hands on that. He already has this. And she puts her hand on her chest. Now, go back. And she, hits your chest. Anything before that?
I'm gonna grab her wrist if I'm able to. And just hold it for a second. I cannot stop her if she decides to come. Just like I will go for my parents. And I promise you on my mother's name. And Chris, remind me how to say my mother's name.
Oh, shoot. Did you send that to me?
I can. I have it pulled up and I'm like,
go ahead and send it to
sitting
me
here.
and I'll sound it out. It's
I'm
like reading names in the Bible. Do your best.
just do your best. It's fine. Everything's fine. Come on, I just saw it.
Just say what it is in common.
Yeah. I mean, what's the problem with that?
Mummy.
My mum.
Real names versus true names. Yeah. Common versus true names.
Her name is Janice.
Mommy with an I.
Karen.
And the heart over the I.
These are all the.
Yeah,
That sounds the wrong one.
Yeah.
Nope, wrong thing.
Yes.
Wrong thing. I
Yeah.
didn't mean to call you. Anyway. Nagendra's just gonna.
Gertrude.
It's actually Brutus. Thank you very much. Gonna grab her wrist and just look at her. I promise you, in the name of my mother, the Queen of the Stars, that I will watch over her, like Ragnar watched over me.
I don't know who Ragna is,
She's a Goliath. She's really tall.
but she sounds wonderful.
She is.
Return
And then-
to my Grendel. And tell her I love her. She places her hand on your chest, and you vanish from this plane and wake in your body. Ragna, you saw Nagendra go through this transformation and collapse on the floor. The sigil on the desk spark, leaving a blackened area around where it was. And you see, as they moved the dagger, the bones of the skeleton shifted ever so slightly, and the jaw pops open, and out of the eyes and the mouth begins to pour green gas. Grendel, you run towards the mirage of Helene and impact at the door. The door's open. There should be nothing there.
Oh no.
Grendel is literally, if she can't get through the door, she's going to grab the fucking sides of the fucking door, of the fucking doorway, and start ripping it apart.
You start ripping. You just rip, just planks and boards. And as far as you go, to the outside edges of this vessel, if you try to go around it, still, you hit and impact something solid.
She is literally pounding at it. Like, you see her like fucking bulked up to hell, and she is wailing fist after fist after fist after fist after fist, and you just hear her just screaming Helene's name as she is just pounding against this invisible force.
Ragna, and then I'll get to you, Godi.
Ragna, at the same time that this has been going on with Grendel, will have scooped up Nagi around their middle with one hand, their non-dominant hand, and will have her hammer in the other. And she is going to, as she is watching Grendel try to break her way in, Ragna is also going through the same thing where she is kicking, she's smacking with the hammer, she's trying to figure out how to break out of this room. And I'm assuming to no avail also.
To no avail also. You take your hammer, Steamir, correct?
Siamir, yeah.
Steamir. And you wail and wail and wail and wail and wail as the gas begins to start to fill the room from the back forward. Godi, yes.
Seeing all this, seeing the two strongest people in the room not being able to get in or out through this, Godi's going to shake his head and go, "It is never about physical strength, and he's going to reach into his pouch, pull out a pearl, and hold it to his forehead. And after a short little glow, when he gains back a 3rd level spell, he is then going to cast a spell magic on the wall.
Oh.
There's only the one door that they're attacking right now.
Well, now there's nothing.
There's
because
nothing.
Grendel has
The
done
whole
a
wall
lot.
has been removed.
Yeah,
She's
Grendel has
Oh.
ripped
renovating.
apart the beams and the walls.
Right.
One woman.
Good life,
doesn't
mates.
do.
We got trouble brewing.
You
Aye.
cast this spell, and as it hits the barrier, sigils spark across it from the point of
Oh.
impact. And you realize that this spell cannot be dispelled by dispel magic.
Oh shit.
Grendel's
So
going to start
Matt
pulling up
looks
the
at this and says,
floorboards
"Rude."
and going to try to go in from underground.
Of course.
So there is a hole in the bottom where part of,
Of the sea.
There's a hole in the bottom of the sea.
Somebody is dying, Michael.
So there's a hole from the initial explosion that happened. You leap down there and you begin to start pulling planks from the bottom. Do you enter from the closest side or the back side of this space?
I would say Grendel would kind of try to guesstimate where Ragna and Endra are, and trying to also like use their weight to hopefully like add to pulling this away.
Okay.
So wherever they are placed in the room is the whereabouts Grendel would be, or try to be. She may not have fucking calculated shit right. Girl got a lot of nothing in her
No,
head.
yeah. Perfect. Go ahead and make me a strength check real quick.
I'm good at those. That will be a 13 plus 3 for a 16.
16. You've weared yourself out ripping apart the entire front of this room, but you still have strength left in you, and you begin to pull and pry these pieces. You've seen where some of it looks a little bit burned from the explosion, so you start there with the weaker spots, and you begin to pull. And as you're pulling them down, do you have something?
It could finish your description.
Okay.
It's like that. If this doesn't work, then come to me.
Okay. As you're ripping and pulling these down, your hand reaches up to pull the next section and does not meet any sort of barrier.
Oh.
And you just like pull down about half of this floor, and you can see
It's okay, I am
Ragna
coming.
and Nagendra. Ragna and Nagendra, you're conscious, Nagendra. So you turn around and you see Grendel ripping out this floor and actually making it through as the gas begins to increase and fill the room as well, along the floor
Ragna
and up the side.
immediately
Noises.
jumps down with
You jump
Nagi.
down, and the mist begins to pour down into the place you're at. So I'm assuming you guys are just out of it.
I have Nagi. I do my best to like use my elbow to get Grendel to come with me. We have to get away from the gas. Hurry now, that way, the way you came. And just tries to get both of them away from this.
Nagendra. And then Zenya.
Is Nagi awake again?
Yeah. At this point,
As-
you're in Ragna's arms, and you come back to consciousness in Ragna's arms as she's trying to like hammer and pull out of this room.
Basically, as Grendel rips apart the floor, Nagi's just gonna tap Ragna's arm. Put me down for a second.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm positive.
And Ragna will oblige by that and release Nagi.
When Nagi lands on their feet, they're gonna kind of basically just do like a self check just to make sure everything's good. And then they're gonna do a dash forward, covering their face and grabbing that green amulet out of the skeleton's mouth. Whatever that he had lodged in his jaw by his teeth.
That was a magical sigil that activated once the body moved.
He's grabbing it. They're grabbing it and taking it.
He's just grabbing the jaw. Okay.
Whole thing.
All right. You now have the jaw.
The lower mandible.
The lower mandible.
Now, I will say, Ragna, even though she is trying to pull Grendel out, I just realized this. Grendel thinks Helene is in there. She's going to probably... You're going to probably have to fight her on this.
Understood.
Like, she immediately is just like, I cannot go. Helene is in there. I need to go grab her.
I don't know who Helene is. There is no one else in there. It was just Nagendra and
I
myself.
know who
There is
Helene
no
is, and Helene is my flower, and I need to go grab her. I saw her. She went in there, and she looks like she is in trouble. I am going to grab my Helene. And you see her, like, stomp her feet and, like, go and head into the fog.
You take
Ragno.
12 points of poison damage as you climb up.
We're all witnessing her do this, right?
Yes, absolutely.
William would have
okay.
Wait, dashed to help Ragnar.
You see her hysterically calling out to Helene at this point.
Would Grendel mind making a wisdom save? Spell DC 16.
That is a 4 - 2 for a 2.
All right.
And even in a weakened state, Grendel, you'll hear Solomon say, "If I could make a suggestion, I would believe it is in your best interest to get to somewhere safe with all of us, and we can figure out what's going on," as he will cast suggestion on you.
Damn.
She's just kind of like, first she's just like, and she kind of stands there for a moment, and she's just like, but Helene is in there, and well, and if she's in there, then she's not safe, but okay. And you kind of see her just like sulk as she like, because like she doesn't know why, but like her body's like, yeah, we're getting out of here, bitch. And you just kind of literally see her dragging her feet as she is like trying to like find safety.
Coughing and hacking the whole way. Nagendra, yes.
Nagi, after grabbing the jaw and whatnot, is going to stop right before jumping back down and noticing something on their back. Is going to try to move their wings.
When you get on the top deck or from the bottom deck? From the bottom deck?
Yeah. Just going to see if basically to see if they still have control over them.
So as you move, one kind of moves up and out. They feel almost heavy right now, but they are moving clumsily, but they are moving.
And the fog is in a square that's drifting out the bottom now, correct?
Drifting out the bottom, yes.
Nagi's going to reach back, grab the one, kind of shake it around a little bit to loosen it up, reaches back with the other hand, shakes it a little bit, and with all of their might, they are going to try to flap the wings towards the fog to blow it back.
Xenia, you have something?
I did, and then I lost my train of thought. While this is happening, Xenia is going to do a once-over in case they missed anything just in the room that they're in with his passive 20 perception, just to make sure that the area is clear before they act on what they're planning to do.
Passive
any-
20. Damn.
Passive 20, yeah.
Where are you at right now? Which room are you talking about?
Xenia didn't enter the room that has the barrier. He's still in the main area where William was grabbing all the chests and
Okay,
whatnot.
so
They're
top
just seeing
pick
if
of
there's like anything that they miss, anything that looks valuable, anything that they should take.
With your perception, no. There's rotting ropes. There's the
Xenia
mask.
sees noises.
There's the mass that was crunched from your battle when the ship rose up with the water level. Most everything seems to be gone out of here. There's barrels down below that look very similar to casks of ale. Others that look more like powder barrels.
Okay, good. Everybody out, and seeing that Nagi is sort of beating their wings to blow the gas in, he's going to put a hand on Nagi's shoulder, and then using the fire that he absorbed earlier, he's going to take a deep breath and exhale the flames out with the intent of setting the gas on fire so it doesn't spread outside.
Okay. So between the two of you, Nagi, you push it back, and it begins to clear the lower deck where you're at. Xenia arrives and ignites what's left of it and begins to burn it away back. And that's freaking teamwork. And you begin to push it back and burn it away. But if you let up for any amount of time, after 5 or 6 seconds, it begins to crawl and waterfall down once again. How long do you want to do this for?
Ladies and gents, I think it's safe to assume this is going to continue. We need to remove ourselves from this ship. Let's go.
Will the fire continue to burn? Because it's a physical element.
Yeah, how much of the absorb elements did you do?
Resistance to trigger. Yeah, resistance to the triggering damage type until the start of the next turn. It doesn't say how much. I just use the spell to absorb.
Roll me a d6.
Okay.
Then
5.
5. You could probably keep this up for about 5 minutes.
He will do that for 5 minutes, and then light a torch and throw it.
Okay.
And then we'll try to urge Nagi away. And he'll, if Nagi allows, he'll pick up Nagi and throw it as if you're trying to like teach a bird how to fly over the yeet.
So you all do this for about 5 minutes or so. It's still going. You light your torch and throw it up in there, crawl out, and it continues for another 2 minutes before it begins to subside. The gas itself is more heavy, so it just flows down and into the lower decks and begins to seep through and out of the cannon ports of the ship down across the water and begins to disperse as it just keeps going out in this fog.
Nagi's gonna march over to Godi and just hand him the bottom jaw. It came from this.
He ain't gonna touch it. He's gonna look at it though.
They're gonna kind of like wave it in his face. Fix it.
If this was a trap, you've already sprung it.
Fix it.
We
Ragna
need to
will-
get out.
Are there
as
other
far
things
as we
of
can
value
from here.
in that room?
No.
No, there is nothing that
My
they need
Helena's in that room.
There is
There's no one in there.
that room.
I told you we will explain. I'm
Night.
near death, friends.
In there.
We need to find a place of safety and somewhere that isn't actively going to try and destroy us or make us destroy ourselves through trickery.
Why should I
Foul.
suggest that we return back to the ship?
Is it going to kill the turtle?
Yeah.
Nagendra, what was your perception in that room?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it was like a 22.
It was.
I think
I
it was a
feel like
20.
it was pretty high. Looking around,
Yeah,
You
it
would
was
have
definitely an Isaac roll.
looking around, you would have seen next to the dagger the notebook there, and written in fading ink were words, and one that you saw that you've seen before is a familiar name. Lord Silas T. Calibran.
Maggie's going back in.
Oh.
By now, the gas has
Okay.
dissipated.
No. No, you're not.
Are you going back in through the door or crawling under?
Gonna test the door. If it doesn't work, crawling under.
You put your hand up, and the barrier still remains. So you crawl under. What are you looking for?
Gonna go back for that notebook.
Okay. Are you taking it?
Hey, actually, before you do that, sorry, I just need to double check what it is you have to do in order to try and avoid what I'm going to try and do to you to get you to stop.
More mind tricks. I love it.
I'm surrounded by people
One
that are
moment, I
actively trying to
apologize.
kill themselves. Wonderful.
Yeah, I know,
Call him
right?
Solomon, master of the mind fuck.
No, it's not even that. It's just Jesus Christ. just stop. You're gonna kill yourselves, people. I'm trying to stop it.
He did say the
yeah, you need to do
disperse by now.
you need to do a wisdom save. DC 16, excuse me.
Just for clarification, he did say that the poison cloud did disperse.
I did.
I know.
It's over. So we can
I know.
we can move on now.
Okay, I'm back.
Get that notebook.
What's the DC for his wisdom save there?
Did you do it?
No, my internet crashed. What's the DC?
Oh, DC 16.
What's your wisdom there? Again.
Oh, 17.
That's decent.
Yeah, fuck it.
You said 16?
I watch you do it. Yeah. Okay. Did you roll and get the save?
Exactly 16.
Yep.
Of course you did. Why do I bother doing shit with Isaac? Isaac always rolls like either exactly what you need or 10 times the exceeding amount of what the DC is.
I rolled
Or-
three
or
nat
nat
ones in a
one.
row
There's
for
no
Chris.
There's never an in between. There's never an in
All right.
between. It's always extremes. All right.
No more.
I
no more
I
deadly
watch, and
cloud
I'm ready to
poison.
pull basically the same thing I did to Grendel, and I'm just like,
The
I
sheer
can't.
determination.
my
and
head hurts
single-mindedness
too much.
Of Nagendra. So you go in for the book. Do you just take it or do you read it?
Gonna smell it first to see if it smells like magic.
There's
Don't do
nothing left
smelling in a room
this
where there
room.
was poison gas.
He said it
Because
dissipated.
it's been burned away.
Still,
Yes, it's gone.
Poison could still remain in.
I'm gonna take a real quick look.
Flipping through the pages, this is a log, a diary of sorts, escapades, targets, locations of the sovereign's navy, of information collected over years and years and years. And the very last page is scribbled in a ever descending readable font. And it reads, "When time is gone and I'm alone, when there's nothing left but rock and stone, I'll sit inside this empty home, a prison made of rot and bone. Signed, Silas T. Calibran.
Some dark slam poetry.
Nagi's gonna close the book. Do kind of like one last sniff around just to make sure nothing else was left behind. And then climb back out.
All right. What are you all doing?
William had climbed back up and started leading the treasure back towards the ship at this point. Like, I'm getting out of here.
You know
I'm not
what? I
trying
would
to die.
also like to go back into the ship and grab some stuff. No, I'm kidding. No.
Go for it.
No. I want
I
the
have
story
more.
to progress.
So, collecting all of the things that you have, you all return to the pedestal that descended into this cavern initially, with the dodecahedron still atop of it.
Say that 5 times fast.
I'm gonna be that guy. Can I blow up the ship?
You may, if you would
Oh,
like
I
to.
wanted to fireball it.
Did you?
I was going to like that.
Double Dragon Balvia.
Nagendra's gonna be kind of like walking right next to Ragna on the way out and just stop, turn around, and Ragna, you would notice just a stern expression. And Nagi is going to just let out a scream. And as they do, just a beam of pure white light is going to come out and go across the ship. And then they're going to come back with another beam. Actually, 2 more, because I did the thing.
We're just Dragon Ball Zing attacking everything today, aren't we?
So 1 pure white going up, and then 1 of pure acid coming down, and then going 1 more with lightning straight across.
You hit this thing with your first one, and it ignites, splitting the ship. You come up with your second one and begin to corrode it before going across the entire middle. And as you go across, barrels of gunpowder begin to just and it just begins to resound throughout this cavern, the explosions. And you hear a deep sigh from Darakuni. And so the last speck of Calibran is wiped from my surface. He will be missed.
Oh.
Y'all may pick back to the pedestal. What are you doing?
Yay.
Grendel's
I'm
crying at
just
this
begging
point
for
because
someone to
she
heal
thinks
me at this point.
She thinks that the Helene just got blown up.
Do any of you lot have some form of medicinal property to help with it's all dark and gloomy over here? He's hurting.
I'm literally bleeding continuously
Xenia
from
hands
my
you
head.
10 good berries for 10 points of health.
12, 6, 12, 5, 17.
And we represent them with these 10 chocolate-covered raisins.
Yes.
Solomon,
There you go.
on top of that, you gain 15 points as you hear, "For your assistance, I can be of assistance as well." And you feel yourself
bloody hell.
begin to rejuvenate. Nagendra.
Just
Nagi's gonna walk over to Grendel and just climb up the front of her to be eye
She's still
level.
just crying.
Just grab both sides of her face. She wasn't in the ship. She told me to tell you.
You see,
She told me to tell you that she loves you.
you see Grendel just grab this tiny little creature and just start like shaking him or shaking them. And it's just like, you have seen my Helene. Do you know where my Helene is? You need to tell me where my Helene is. And there is just like tears and like snot just coming off of her as she is just like in between tears. And she's
Xenia
still
just rubbing her
she's
back.
Like, she's like, have you seen my Helene?
Ragnar will only add, so there was a Helene. I didn't see a Helene.
Xenia's trying to
Helene
rub
also.
Grendel's back and trying to pacify her in Orcish as Nagi is trying to speak to her. Shh, it's okay. You're going to be okay. Listen to what they have to say.
She finally stops shaking him and she like holds him up just like this. Is like, you told me where she is right now.
Nagi's
And,
gonna
like,
grab
it
your
is-
hands and just push them off of them.
Roll a strength
Mr.
check.
Solomon.
Oh, I will. Just straight up strength or or athletics.
DM, what's your call on this?
Strength versus strength. Let's do that.
All right.
17.
That
For
is
clarification.
a 18 plus 3.
Oh, damn. Nice.
Suggestion, how long?
8 hours unless he loses concentration.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You want Nagi tries to like push and then it's just like Ragnar,
Where is Helene?
help.
Mr. Solomon, you want to assist with that?
Just like arms, just like
the spell, the suggestion spell is still under you, Grendel, at this point. So
Still
as
active.
long as I'm just letting you know, we'll take care of it. Just keep yourself out of danger, which was essentially the basic gist of what I was like trying to tell you. Yeah, she can still think that, you know, Helene was in there. I just made her believe that I need to get myself away from danger right now for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, it's a compulsory spell, so you're currently under like a one-track mindset with that being said.
Yeah, so you're still like, yeah, you can absolutely still like be like, did I see her? But yeah, you're not obsessed to go find her at this point. However, I need to know, what fucking voice did I hear? Was that
The
the
dragon turtle.
okay?
Yeah.
I was gonna be like, oh, I don't want to be a warlock. I don't
no,
need
no,
this
no,
shit. Like Solomon
God,
would say
no.
that, not like me. I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, let's make a pact." But like Solomon's just like, "No, not today, not today."
Too much.
Not today,
much.
Jesus. Not
Too much.
today.
Michael
Mr.
hears
Prime
voices in his
Minister,
head, and all of a sudden,
31st,
deal or don't deal.
Mr. Solomon,
Hmm.
do
Yes.
you often go out without any sort of medical supplies on adventures, or is this just a one-off thing?
This was unprecedented. I was ill prepared. I was not used to my old methods of making sure I was properly protected for such conquests.
Good to know. My supposed leader doesn't prepare properly.
Oh, shots fired.
No. You see, I was hoping to be just some sort of shield for the most part, but apparently an additional hammer was needed.
Well,
And I don't
once
like
we get
that.
back to the ship, I'll have our doctor take a look at you, and
I'll be
require it.
fine as long as just give me
For the time being, would you like some rum?
Oh, God, no, please.
Please, no.
More for me then. And William starts drinking as he leads the.
Please, consume away. Kill your liver and your kidneys while you're at it.
Nagi still flopping in Grendel's hands.
Are you all on the initial platform where the pedestal is?
Yes.
On the
Yes.
platform.
Yeah.
The displacer beast has been dismissed. There's a sort of just like shuffling
Displaced.
and displaced.
Once you all reach it begins to rotate and return to its place up into the round room where you saw it before. As it reaches the top, you see the 3 statues of the basilisks still remaining in their places.
Spooky.
The doorways open the way you came, and the dodecahedron still sitting on the pedestal as it was, without cage, without magic around it.
Yep.
You gonna pocket that, Nagendra?
It's shiny.
Cody. He's like, why would you do that?
You take it, and it's
Uh-oh.
lighter than you think it should be. And you have the shiny dodecahedron.
Okay.
Isaac, have you seen the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Rocks fall, everybody dies.
Okay.
No.
Carry on.
What fun would be if you figure at least one more trap before we got out of here?
Oh God.
Adios, señor.
It is magical. Faint bits here and there, coming and going.
Tucks in cloak.
William is leading the charge out with the 3 chests in tow.
You all make your way through the passages where you came before. Those that came this way previously know the way through halls of stone, and definitely not bone, but carved, placed stones. As you make your way back to where you came in, at the top of the treacherous steps where the rock nest was, you all emerge and begin your descent down the treacherous step mountains. Solomon, make a perception check for me.
No. Yeah, I will.
If you don't want to see the horrible thing coming towards us, that's fine too.
16.
16. On your way down, where are you in respect to the party? Front, middle, back?
Probably towards the middle, just kind of keeping an eye on Godi, to be honest.
Okay. As you're looking around,
Just
kind of eyeing Godi
curious
up and
about
down.
the fact that there's spell book usage.
Gotcha. You look over,
You wish.
and the stone kind of curls in on this flat rock. There's a little den of sorts. It doesn't go back very far, maybe 10 feet or so. And on the ground, you see burned in sigils. An incomplete teleportation circle.
Hmm?
A whoosh circle.
I will pause for a moment to see and just take a look at the rest of the party to see if they've noticed anything, but knowing that they probably haven't, I will take a moment to just say, pardon me, I just need to keep going. I will join in a moment. I've noticed something that I need to take a look at real quick. And I'll be with you in a minute.
Remember, if you need to tie your shoes, you double loop-de-loop and then you pull. And then Grendel will continue walking.
Solomon looks down at his sandals. I'll keep that in mind.
So you go over and you start looking at this. You've seen these before. You also notice that it's a very rocky, sandy surface, and it has been displaced by footprints that go off in the direction up the steps. And right before it goes from sandy dirt to stone, the last few steps are those of talons and claws. The teleportation circle itself, you've seen before. Some of the markings that are still there, these are the same ones that were in the Flying Boar's Tavern that you investigated before embarking on this vessel. These two teleportation circles are most likely
Oh, okay, go ahead.
the same.
Sorry.
You go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think you might have already answered where, upon first glance, do I believe that this is a teleportation circle that was left from or has been used to go somewhere?
Make an intelligence check
Because
for me.
the way I've always assumed, like with the circles, is kind of like the Thor thing, where if it's like they teleport the sigil around them, or like the dirt stays there.
In that case,
Okay.
and with your investigative background, yes, this was one that was traveling here.
And all I see are claw marks from the feet, footprints rather.
Yep.
No sign of any sort of pieces of any leftover dropped. I don't know. It could be clothing items.
Crumpets.
Yeah, you see a light jacket that is kind of balled up into what would seem to be like a pillow, and an area that seems to have been used as somewhere to lay.
So they camped here. Okay. Xenia, are you nearby, do you think? Like, where were you in our formation?
Closer to the front because he likes to see what's up ahead. But if you call him, he'll come to you.
Okay. I'll just ask, like, I'll try to get your attention and have you come over.
Hmm. Oh.
Yes, this is a very moment. There are guests that arrived here, and they seem to have departed. That is not good, considering that you flew and tried to leave this island, and it would not let you. For someone to willingly be able to bring themselves to this island via teleportation, that does not seem like it is an invited guest.
Xenia looks at
Do
the
you
track.
have an understanding, perhaps, of where or how long it's been since they've left this area?
Xenia will look
If I
at
may
the track,
trust your skills.
see if they're recognizable as to what creature might have left them and how long.
Make a nature check for both of those things, not individually, just one for both.
Cool. May I do that at advantage with my Deft Explorer feat?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
This is why you have a ranger.
21.
21. These tracks, this bedding, this markings in the dirt, seem to be about a week and a half old. The tracks that transform little by little from boot prints to talon marks. This looks to be like a large eagle.
Not unlike the rock. Slightly different.
Smaller than the rock.
Smaller.
You know of people that can use magic to transform themselves in different ways to adapt to nature.
These have been here for about a week and a half. Darakonir, was that the dragon turtle's name?
Mm-hmm.
In Draconic, he will call out, Darakonir, are you aware of when guests come and go on your shell? Is this something you can sense?
Standing
If I
on the
might ask?
side of this mountain, you see come around the side this massive head, an eye that is probably spans 400 or 500 feet across as it moves over. I usually am, but I've been asleep for quite some time, and I am not aware. In that time, I did not know you were here until I woke up.
Perfect opportunity for someone to arrive on a place that is dormant. Don't worry, Xenia, I understood it as well.
Very good.
The head kind
And
of
I'm
swoops
absolutely
back
not showing off.
to the front.
You'll hear Nagi
This
just kind of
troubles me.
mumble. I was here for 54 years.
Where did you come from? Oh, Jesus.
Then
Nagi was following up the rear, just like behind everybody, just like.
Yeah.
with my primal bond with Durza,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to ask Durza to scout the island once again and see if there are any similar tracks of occupation while we continue ahead to the pirate ship.
They take off and begin to fly around. Do you all keep going back to the ship? Okay. By the time you all make it back to the ship itself, Durza comes back and communicates with you that the only signs of living are the new birds that have been arriving,
Oh.
and no other tracks of this type remain. There were tracks on the beach from the landing party and previous people, tracks from the old crazy lady, and the two strangers that you met here.
Mm.
But other than that, ones like these do not remain anywhere else.
Someone is not who they say they are.
Well, in
Amongst those
fairness,
who
it
are
can
on this
be
island.
it can be difficult to track one who was flying because they don't normally leave tracks. But then again, you can find like trails of feathers that have come off their wings. But even so,
Xenia, we
It's
must
good.
keep a vigilant eye. There's no
at
question.
least, yes. Life is returning to the island, which is good. It's returning to somewhat normality. Xenia says as he takes up a bone-carved pipe from his pack and just like lights it and takes a smoke.
Chris, would you say by this point William is kind of heading the trail by himself without anybody nearby? Because they all decided to trail off and check
Yeah,
out.
you could go over behind some trees and do what you need to. Again, you had something? Are you going to ask about something?
Me?
No, Nagendra had their hand up first.
Go ahead and do William
Okay.
first.
Okay.
I was just gonna say he would have pocketed opened the chest that had the single coin and pocketed that and re-locked it again, since he's
How are you
alone.
gonna do that by yourself?
You dirty little boy, no.
How are you gonna do that by yourself?
What are you talking about? You with me?
We put the chest.
I thought
on
you
the
already
desk.
took it.
On the floating thing, and Goaty makes it go where he wants to go, right?
I thought you already took the
Dollars,
coin.
Cody.
Oh, I didn't take the coin. I locked it
Okay.
back up. But if Cody's still with me, then yeah, I wouldn't have done that. But everybody seemed to have trailed off to go check out this magic circle. So that's why I was like, "Am I alone?" Then I'm
If you're
taking
still
the coin.
No, just two of
Transporting
us. I basically, like, the way that I saw it is like, oh, magic circle, Xenia, come over here and check it out real quick. Okay, cool. Let's walk and talk. We go back to the line. Now we're all
Otherwise,
like just, yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, the coin.
And
would have
Nagendra
saved-
snuck up on me and said something creepy.
If you'd like to do that on the ship sometime, you can
Yeah.
kind of.
By all means, you can try to do it now.
Well,
It's not that
as
stuff.
we're Although, as we're on the ship together after we finally gone up, I will discuss that I saw the circle, and that I feel that we have to be even more, my friends, we have to be even more careful of, and I look at Ragna and Nagendra, and I say this with no offense, I believe we all have to be, now that you two are involved with us at this time, to be more aware of who we decide to speak with and what we disclose to whom. Because I do not believe that... I believe that there are some false entities here. Either that or there are trespassers. Trespassers that should not be welcomed because they took an opportunity to arrive here at a very convenient time. Let us just be more careful. That's all I can say.
When you are talking about trespassers, you'll see Nagendra's wing kind of just twitch a little bit. And they tug on Ragna's armor.
Visitors are usually not missed. So typically we would always notice if someone new is on the island, as we found you. That
It
would
is my belief
be-
that these people may have been able to disguise themselves.
Xenia exhales a plume of smoke, and as it rises, it takes the form of an eagle that just flaps away before it takes another drag. As I told Solomon, it's difficult to find those who may transform into other creatures. That would not be so unusual to see on an island such as this.
I think...
Ragna?
What?
Mum wanted us to go. But I want to check.
Nagendra! Hello! How are you?
Just head just like a full what the fuck?
Mom.
This nice gentleman has been showing me around the ship. Not that I can see a lick of anything, but he's been showing me around.
She's short and hunched over and has her arm linked into the captain's arm.
Kill him.
Nagendra is going to very quickly climb up Ragna's body and lean into her ear. Mum was too weak to walk when we left.
Yes, I see that. Give me a moment. Ragna will look at the man that Kite has arrived with.
Mm-hmm.
And Ragna will want to look into his eyes and read whether or not he seems threatening to her.
Okay. Make an insight check for me.
Yep.
Let's fucking go.
13.
13.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. Fortune, dirty 20.
Jesus
All
Christ.
right. Fortune, dirty 20.
You say it so aggressively. You take so much agency away when you do it that way.
You are adept at reading people. It's been a while since you've read anybody but Kite and Nagendra and Mouthers for what you can read from them, which is just, I'm going to eat you. This man is a threat in the sense that they can take care of themselves and whoever they deem friendly. The eyes that you look into, however, display a deep and gentle kindness that disarms the threat completely. This engaging young lady tells me that I'm assuming you two are her children. As much as I find that hard to believe from a biological standpoint, she speaks true when it comes to your connection. She tells me you all have been here for quite some time. I believe it is time for you to rejoin society, if you would so like to. From what I've seen here, which I have not seen in my many years across the ocean, this would probably be a difficult place to stay. And there are things here that I did not think I would see in my lifetime. To think that the books that I read as a boy of the great Titan god Darakunir, wandering the ocean, helping those at sea, I never thought I'd see it, and no one is going to believe me. But regardless, they are things I will treasure. Not that whole invasion of the mine thing. Those were terrible.
Aye.
But if you wish passage to the nearest port, we're headed to Greenport. Ragna, you recognize that name, which is where you left from on your journey for conquest and glory. The men have tested, have been trying for hours, almost a day now, to circumvent the tide that seems to be keeping us here, and they've discovered that it is no longer there. We are sailing quite quickly to the west. As he says that, over the mountain peaks, you see just the very tip of the head of the dragon turtle. This is where I leave you. Best luck, and may fortune find you. The head descends, creating a massive splash as the whole island begins to turn, and the captain begins to bark orders with let loose the topsail, port to stern, all the lingo that I have no idea.
Oh, you heard the captain. Loose the sails. All man the port.
I'm
As
going to give a
soon-
quick glance at Ragna
Yeah.
and just kind of like give that look of like, does this feel right?
Ragna will look at the stranger and look down at Kite and sort of just stroke Nagendra's face.
Creepy.
Oddly full circle for me. Mum,
Oh, yes, dear. This gentleman has some very strange food, and he said there's still pickles on the mainland. That's good news.
Mum, are you coming with us? I would like you to come over here, please. Come to me and Nagendra.
Okay, I will. I'm sure the captain has very many things to attend to. He's a very busy man.
And she
Indeed.
begins to kind of shuffle over, and you see as she begins to shuffle beneath her cloak, beetles begin to descend and kind of wrap around her feet and gently lift her and move her a little bit faster towards you.
Oh, thank you, my dears. Thank you very
It's
much.
not rollerblades.
Closer.
Roller beetles, if you will.
So
beetles.
Ragna will take Kite's shoulder gently and just sort of like scoop her closer into her and keep her very cozy beside her. Gently but firmly. Kite's not going to be able to leave. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to leave against Ragnar, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And she'll look up at Nagi. Try to remain calm. And look at the rest of the party. We are unaware of who you are, but I don't know if our new friends do. Tell me, my new friends, do you know who this man is?
You be addressing the
I
captain.
believe he rows the boat.
Yes, this is the captain that escorted us here.
My
I see.
apologies. Greenbeard Carver's the name, captain of the Wayward Squall, that you find yourself aboard.
I
You seem
see.
concerned, and I would like to put any concerns to rest. If you would like to, you're more than welcome aboard this vessel, and no harm will come to you. At least not
My
from me and my
family's
crew.
My family will stay with me. We
Of
have been on
course.
that island for a very long time, and while I know this place at which you speak, I have been there before. In fact, I left from that port. I would appreciate it if my mother and my companion stays with me always. Is that clear?
Absolutely, of course. Whatever
Excellent.
rooms we would like, you may have. We'll keep you all together. We understand, and I'll make sure none of my men bother you. All right.
Very well.
Beetle! And you see a small halfling girl, the face no older than probably 12, swing down and around from the top sails. Hi, Captain! Make sure they are comfortable, taken care of, and have everything they need. Right. Oh, hey there. Name's Beetle. You look like garbage. But we'll take care of that. Listen, if you need anything cleaned, stashed,
Charming.
or borrowed, you let me know. And she looks over at Nagendra and gives her a wink. All right? What do you want first? Rooms, bed, food?
Yes.
A bath.
Mr. DM.
Bath on here. You'll have to wait till we get to port.
Who asked for a bath?
But speak with Godric. He might have something for you.
Doza just looks beside of Xenia's face and he's like, oh, that'll do.
Xenia's the one that asked for a bath?
Yeah.
Prestidigitation.
What was that? When I got covered in slime.
Prestidigitation.
I'm all washed off now, mate.
Well, now you're extra clean.
You still
Then
smell
she
the rum.
lingers.
Captain, the loot that I brought on board is where do you want that stashed?
Oh, you actually found something here.
Aye.
Well, well done. Down below deck towards the back, with all the
Cargo hold.
supplies, just make sure it's marked accordingly. We need to get to port, and they are vicious about what cargo came on the paper, and this is a new pickup, so we'll have to explain that somehow. You know how that
I'll
goes.
make sure it's stashed out of sight, out of mind. Understood, Captain. I'll grab a couple of deckhands.
Nagendra. Nagendra, may I speak with you and Ragnar for a brief moment before I decide to retire to my room?
DM.
Mm-hmm.
I did send you a message. Just curious. Solomon, you'll see Nagi very distracted, and you will be able to tell that you're only going to be able to get Ragnar's attention currently.
So, with
Right.
what you sent me, Nagendra, and Ragnar wanting to keep everyone close, how will that play out?
Nagi has a suspicion that she just needs that they need to make sure is false.
Okay. Do you communicate that with Ragna?
Nagi's just kind of leaned down. I need to check to make sure this is actually Mom.
We were on the same page.
And Nagi's going to jump off Ragna's shoulder and attempt to take flight to try to fly back to the shack.
So as the island is rotating and stops, the ship turns, seizes, and with the momentum that it had, begins to leave the little alcove that it was been parked in for about a day or so, and begins to sail off as Nagendra flies back. Takes you a few minutes. You are kind of going one way and the other, trying to get accustomed to that, but eventually you get a rhythm down, and you fly back 2-3 minutes. Not fast at all, or not. Doesn't take long at all. Of course, it's fast, but yes. What are you looking for?
Is Mom still there?
You burst through the door. You see all of the books are gone, of course, because Godi has them. You see a small collection of bottles has been pulled off the shelf. A knapsack that's usually sitting over in one place is there. You see the lava lizard still setting in place. And the home that's been your home for 54 years, quiet and still.
I'm just going to real quick search everything to make sure that she took the supplies to make sure that because she probably would have been cautious about the mind thing anyway, and took the potions and took ingredients. I'm basically checking to make sure that all the supplies.
For me.
That would be a 15.
15. You look through. It looks like all the things that you were told to take when you left the house are the things that are missing. And then some. Some of the personal belongings, even a few of the cups that she's had for longer that would have borne some sort of sentimental reason, even if it's just, this is my favorite cup, just very simple things like that. You toss the place, and one thing that you find is a canvas wrapped up, tied.
Gonna open it.
You pull it, untie it, and unravel. Inside is a small arrowhead knife looking thing. Something that you would probably place between your middle two fingers and grip in the palm of your hand, creating this brass knuckle knife, essentially. Around it is a leather cord that looks like a necklace. This as the medallion, essentially, of the necklace. And on it is engraved Nagendra.
Where was it tucked at?
In one of Kite's drawers.
Gonna do a real quick search around just the perimeter. Make sure that nothing's out of place, and then head back to the ship.
Around the perimeter, nothing seems out of place. The beetles are actually expanding their territory. They've started making quick work, and you've never seen them really outside of this 100-foot area. They are beginning to spread and return, essentially, to the wild, and become the caretakers that they were meant to be of this island.
Nagendra's gonna fly back.
You make it back to the ship. Solomon, did you still want to speak with Nagendra? You're muted.
Yes, as I was saying, you might want to check on your... Oh, I see you've already taken care of that. Okay.
Ragna will, while Nagendra's been gone, will have had a conversation with Solomon, actually. So as Nagi has left and been away for that time, Ragna will, still holding Kite very close to her, look at Solomon and... What is it you wish to speak of? Nagendra is clearly suspicious.
And very impulsive. That is one thing I was hoping to be able to advise. You might be able to keep a more watchful eye. I understand that you are close, like family. But from what I observed of this party so far, of these individuals, there is a lot of leaping before looking. And if answers are to be ascertained by any means, we must all keep each other accountable in regards to maintaining those sudden desires to find the answers quickly. However, I was able to observe the concern on your face when you spoke to the captain. I will assist in making sure to maintain a watchful eye over your matron, your matriarchal figure here. But
That would
like
be
I
very
said,
appreciated.
but-
Nagendra is young
Yes.
for what they are. It is wise to make friends with someone who will be not that small forever. Also, tell me, magic is not always my strong suit. What it is you are suspicious of? I do not know this captain. I do not trust him. But Nagendra is clearly concerned that we need to be concerned about Kite herself. Tell me, do you have any useful spells to cast on Mother at this time?
Were I a different type of person in a different era, perhaps, but I'm afraid to say that my best magic was what you saw in that cave.
Fair enough. I do not have
However-
a spell that I can use in this instance. Hopefully Nagendra comes back with good news.
I will do my
Will
best
be.
to keep my wits about me and protect with intellect as far as I can.
Hmm.
But I can see that you are headstrong and very protective.
I am my
There is an
mother's daughter after all.
There's an individual in this party, Grendel. I believe that she could benefit from someone like yourself in her life. I don't think she was one to have siblings, but she could use someone to show that there are other ways to show strength. And I feel that you are a good example of that.
I will do my best. Clearly, Grendel has experienced an emotional toll. I know something about those having been trapped away from my purpose for so long. I also know what it is to have family that is important to you, both before I came here and after. As she sort of gestures down to Kite and hugs her a little bit closer. I have back home a younger brother. He's very important to me, looks up to me a lot. I shall consult with Grendel when there is time. I will make sure my family is tucked away in their room where they are safe. Assuming
If
that
I
all
could
is
also
well.
ask one small personal favor.
Depending, go ahead.
Could you help me better understand that I should not be paranoid around Godi, because I do believe that he thinks that either I am going to kill him Or he is just waiting for an opportunity to kill me. Now, granted, that may be completely just paranoia, but I don't like the way he looks at me sometimes.
Solomon, I will put it in this way. As plain as can be, as is our culture across all of our subcultures. You are putting off, how do we say, straightforward, a suspicious air about you. Goliaths do not respond well to suspicion. We are straightforward in nature, just, strong, and in general, incredibly, painfully, brutally honest. As one of my countrymen, Godi is acting as is our natural way. I suggest, if you would like to gain our trust, as you do not fully have mine, I appreciate your offering. You have shown my family kindness in this moment, which has gone a long way with me. I suggest you find a way with Godi to do the same. This should mend the bridge that you have with him.
Wise words. I should just hope that I do not have to bond over the violence that I know within me I can do. And he will quietly walk to his room.
Right then is when Nagi's gonna land on Ragnar's shoulder.
Where in the hells did you go to? What did you see?
I was just making sure that this is our mum. She's not home and she took her favorite mugs.
And it is Mom. I'm worried about that captain, not her.
Nagi's gonna lean down and pull out the little punch dagger looking thing. This was left behind there, wrapped up in her drawer.
What is it?
And Nagi's gonna look at it. I don't know. I thought you might know.
Ragna will take it in her free hand and sort of inspect it a little bit. And am I remembering it right that Nagendra's name is on it?
Mm-hmm.
Nagendra, this is clearly addressed to you.
Yes, but it's a little spike.
It is a weapon. Something to hold in your hand here. And she'll sort of just have them take it in their palm and hold it like this. There. And then when you want to use it, you stab forward like that. Something other to use than your teeth.
Do
And your
this.
claws.
And like the nails grow longer.
Yes, I know. And someday those will be formidable indeed. However, for now, that is a useful tool. I'm sure Mom wanted you had it for reasons. Isn't that right, Mom?
Oh, what's that? What are you talking about?
A gift for Nagi.
A gift? What's... it's not her birthday.
Clearly you are tucking it away for something special. It is fine.
What is it? I don't know what you're talking about. You know I can't see a thing.
Sus.
Ragna will take the weapon and sort of hand it over to Kite. You don't remember making this?
Making? No.
Skips everyone.
No. No, I did not make this. Where did you find this? I thought I lost it years ago. I kept it in a very safe place, or so I thought. You were too young to have something so sharp, so I kept it until you were older. And I was supposed to give it to you probably 20 years ago, but when I went to go find it, it wasn't there. This, if I'm remembering correctly.
And she runs her fingers over the name.
Yes. I found this around your neck the day I found you. It's the only way that I knew what to call you. And I don't even know if this is your name. It might be just gibberish, but your name's Nagendra now, so you're stuck with it.
Nagendra is the brand of knife.
Oh god, he's
Famous
named
Smith.
after a knife. It's like poor Indiana Jones getting named after the dog. Oh my god.
I
Nagendra
suppose you're old enough now, so yeah.
passes it back. Nagendra, this is from home.
Nagendra's gonna take it and just like look at it and flip it over, bite it, and then smell it once.
So you test it. It's very solid, and it does seem to have some magical properties to it that I will text you later on. A few hours go by, and up in the crow's nest, one of the men yells, "Lan ho." And off on the horizon, a welcome sight. Land. About an hour or two later, you all pull in to the city of Greenport, reaching your destination after a very treacherous journey across the ocean. And that's where we'll end our session tonight.
All right.
Thank you all for hanging out this long, all of you for playing this long. Very much appreciate it. I really wanted to get you guys on land. Finally, off the ocean. Let's go.
4.5 hours later.
We're gonna run back to the temple and inspect that ship one more time.
Can I left something in there. I think it was my keys.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
I left that
Make
ash
some new
back
ones.
there. I'm just gonna fly back real quick.
So yeah, thank you everyone once again. We've got
Yeah.
Thank you.
Frontiers of Eberron on Sunday. Got Dimensional Dial on Wednesday. Make sure to tune into those. Awesome sessions. And until next time, we'll see you
To
later.
be diced.
To be diced.
Goodbye.